So, I do have a story I want to do first. I'm going to give like a little leeway of a couple minutes before I start it. A silly one is an energizer. All right. Because the one I wanted to open with is going to be incredibly long, so that's fine. Good segue. Don't use the channel point redeem for memes or shitposts or what if Final Fantasy MC or what if Goku or what if Shrek. I will reject them and I will not give your money back. Like, use the redeem specifically for a genuine story you want to hear that is not just XD Lamau memes make streamer uncomfortable. I have full veto power over the channel point redeem. And yes, Final Fantasy only. I'm not doing like crossovers with Kingdom Hearts or anything yet. Well, the genuines you thought of were taken already. What did you, what were you thinking, Burn? Now, if you want to throw memes, just type them in chat and I will laugh at them and do like one sentence stories. Now, I'm not going to reject memes in chat. If people want to shitpost, then by all means, just like do it in chat. Don't use the channel point redeem for them. But also don't like fill the chat with just memes. But like, if people want to like, what if Goku, Shrek, like Kafka? Just do it in chat. Don't do the channel point redeem. No refunds. I have full veto power. Twitch TOS applies. Chat rules apply. You know the drill. You all know how it goes. But yeah, Sickpipe, if you have a quote-unquote silly one, because the last one, okay, tell me if this one is too silly. Main protagonists of FF 6 through 15 are thrown into Survivor. Which groups are formed and who ends up winning? I'd have to think real long about that one, but that one is fine. See, that's fine because it's still a Final Fantasy what if. It doesn't have to be within the confines of a game, but it has to be kind of contained within what I could deem as a Final Fantasy story. And also, if you're unsure, by all means, throw it into chat and I will just say yes or no. So, all right, time to edit something on the fly. Bam! There we go. I knew that colon looked wrong. So this is like, now, I'm gonna preface this with a disclaimer. I have not watched Survivor since I was in elementary school. I think I skipped the first season, except for near the end, because my grandmother was really obsessed with it. And then, you know, my mother, my grandmother, and I all watched it from seasons 2 and 3. My mother and I season 4, and then we just kind of jumped off. So, I'm gonna abridge a lot of it. This is probably going to be somewhat disappointing for like actual Survivor fans. So we're gonna take the protagonists of 6 through 15, and the protag of 6 is Terra. There is an argument to be made for Salis. I reject that argument. There is an argument to be made for Locke. It's incorrect. So Terra, I'm gonna write this down because otherwise I am gonna lose it. So I need some actual notepad. So we have Terra, Cloud, Squall, Zidane, Tidus. I'm gonna say for 11, we're gonna go with Shantoto. Because that's the closest to a poster child from 11 I can think of. Vaughn. Although it'd be funnier if I said Balthier because he's the leading man, but that's taking a little bit too much in the way of liberties. Lightning. I would say Meteor, but he has no actual characterization, so I'm gonna say Stola. And Noctis. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we actually have just like straight up just 10 survivors. Okay. Of course, you did have an idea that swap protagonists from 2 games to the opposite one. Well, I mean, just because, I mean, we had Kefka dropped in 7, that doesn't necessarily mean that the idea can't be, you know, doesn't have merit for other scenarios. What did you have in mind, Bern? What did you have in mind? What do you want to talk about? Feel free to, you know, discuss your idea, get it pre-approved. Like, I'm open to ideas. What if Cloud and Tidus? Oh, that's good. Yeah, greenlit, thumbs up. That one could be fun. I'm gonna write that one down in the round robin just in case you redeem for it. So yeah, I'm very unfamiliar with the format of Survivor, but we're just like gonna kind of go which groups are formed and who ends up winning, and that worded thus, I can take a lot of liberties and abridging, which is good because, you know, like 29 minutes until ad time, so I get to kind of like, I have to do this almost in an Excel sheet, but like, so I know for a fact Cloud and Squall would kind of form a group. Let's say Lightning is in that group. Shantoto, Terra, and Y'shtola would form a group. Zidane, Tidus, and Vaughn would form a group. I think Noctis would just join with Team Cloud. I know alliances are usually like 2 people, whatever, but it's Survivor and these things can change. Betrayals are common. It's just people voting each other out and creating alliances and getting immunity, yeah. So, like, right away, and I know there's like 2 different tribes early on, but that also usually involves more players, and, you know, I don't want to deal with that particular dynamic because bleh. So we're gonna say it start off with the merged single tribe with 10 players who are all competing individually rather than on team. They have alliances, of course. I'm not gonna go with what challenges exist because I am not that clever right now. Fun thought experiment and less serious fanfic, and that's why I like your ideas, because the other one was the dating game, which was very fun to think about, of the various romance aspects of Final Fantasy without like being super serious, but still telling a decent story in the end. So we're gonna start off fresh merged tribe. Terra, Shantoto, and Y'shtola form one little alliance, with Shantoto being the unofficial leader of that quote-unquote team because she's the loudest and most boisterous. Terra doesn't really stir the pot, and Y'shtola doesn't care. Cloud, Squall, Lightning, and Noctis. Noctis is like kind of there. He's like not like part of the alliance, but like he's a 4th person, and like, you know, they're basically all just like kind of, Lightning especially, like we'll vote him out eventually, but right now he's useful to us. Cloud, Cloud, not interested. Squall, excuse me, princess, because whatever's a mistranslation. And then the fun-loving idiots of Zidane, Tidus, and Vaughn. Let's say, let's make it interesting. Noctis wins the first immunity, which, boy, is it really glad that, like, the betrayal of that alliance wasn't, like, made public or anything, just in those, like, little vignettes of, I'm sitting in a private booth talking to a camera, no one can hear me, but the TV audience knows what I'm thinking in the moment. So Noctis wins the first immunity. And they're gonna vote out Vaughn first. Like, Team Mage is probably split between trying to get, like, someone from Cloud's alliance out. Zidane, Tidus, and Vaughn, probably the same, but they're not coordinated in their votes. Cloud, Squall, Lightning, and Noctis all vote out Vaughn. Vaughn is the first eliminated. Vote out Vaughn first, too. That's basically, I'm like, who would I vote out first? We're gonna have Shantoto win the next immunity. And this time she's gonna pull some sneaky and actually try and get Zidane and Tidus to coordinate. And they're gonna vote out Squall next. And at this point, Cloud and Lightning realize we kind of need this Noctis guy if we're going to stand a chance of either of us winning. We can duke it out in the finals between us two and hope that we haven't burned too many bridges. But unfortunately, in the challenge, Tidus wins the immunity on week 3. And Tidus is just going to try and just, like, you know, he's immune and he knows Zidane isn't going to get voted out. And pretty much neither of the other 2 alliances really know what they're going to do. Team Mage is going to vote for Lightning, and Team Cloud is going to vote for Y'shtola, let's say. So basically, Tidus and Zidane, knowing this, have to decide who the tiebreaker vote is going to be. They know it's either going to be Lightning or Y'shtola. And let's say this is where the first like bit of like weird sociality comes into play, and there's a big misunderstanding. And there's like some drama of misheard he said, she said, and like, you know, some stuff happens to Zidane, and Tidus takes it as, you know, Y'shtola was trying to sabotage, and so they vote out Y'shtola. And obviously it's gonna come back to bite them later, because like Y'shtola didn't really do the thing that everyone said that you know happened, and Terra and Shantoto are now like, you know, it's only us two, and like, you know, it's us versus the guys and Lightning, because, you know, whatever. We're gonna have Terra win the next immunity. And this whole episode for week 4 is going to be a big, giant, you know, getting back at Zidane and Tidus of like, hey, Y'shtola didn't really do the thing. This was a big misunderstanding. It was actually caused by the other team, blah, 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 blah. And the whole episode is going to be about this, and Zidane and Tidus not believing them. And in a surprise turn of events, yeah, they vote out Lightning, but the surprise twist comes from the fact that Noctis also voted for Lightning, and oh no, I knew they were planning against me this whole time. Oh no. You know, for you know, reality show plot twist, Lightning is voted out week 4. And at this point it's like kind of a free-for-all, because most of the alliances have broken down. Cloud is trying to like schmooze up to either Zidane, Tidus, or Terra Shantoto, and is not finding any luck because of the kind of jerk-ass he's been this whole time. Just like kind of not really interested, kind of trying to coast and snake it at the end. Noctis tries the same gambit, but like with a little bit more pity party of, hey, they were trying to vote me out, and that's why I voted for Lightning last week. So Zidane and Tidus just kind of like, all right, Noctis, you're cool. And everyone's decided we gotta vote out Cloud. We gotta sabotage him in the immunity challenge. Oops, Cloud wins immunity. Well, heck, now what do we do? And it kind of comes down to Cloud being the deciding vote again. Because Noctis and Tidus want to vote out Shantoto, Terra and Shantoto want to vote out Zidane for the Y'shtola incident. And Cloud decides, well, that alliance is getting too big. Zidane, you gotta go. So Zidane is voted out week 5. Cool. Week 6, as long as Cloud doesn't win immunity again, he's gone. And sure enough, yeah, we're gonna have Noctis win the immunity, and yeah, bye-bye Cloud. It's unanimous, it's 4-1. Cloud token cast his vote for Terra, but, you know, it doesn't matter. So, we're in... 1, 2, 3, 4... We're in week 7. And it's pretty much just girls against guys. Terra Shantoto versus Noctis Tidus. And, we're gonna have Terra win the immunity again. And it pretty much just seems like, you know, a deadlock vote. But in a surprise twist, Terra votes out Shantoto. Citing whatever, just like, you know, Shantoto was just trying to use everybody for power, and Terra knows what that feels like. And, you know, Shantoto was just playing 4D chess and King's Gambit this whole time. And Shantoto's probably going to swear up a storm on her way out. You know, you'll pay for this, blah, blah, blah. But now we just have Terra, Noctis, and Tidus. We're gonna have Noctis win the immunity this time. And because Noctis has already done the betrayal thing once before, it seems pretty much a foregone conclusion that, yep, Tidus is the one voted out, 2-1. So we're left to a finals of Terra and Noctis, and this is not how I expected this was going to go when I first started doing this, but I'm flying by the seat of my pants here. And this is where the people who were eliminated have to vote on who should win the 1 million gil, the live talking chocobo. Now, if anyone knows me, you probably already know how this story's gonna end. I didn't plan this from the very beginning, but, you know, as I started getting here, it seemed pretty obvious to me. It's pretty obvious who's gonna win. Or is it? But now I have to justify who would vote for who. Cloud is going to vote for Terra. Well, actually, no, we're going to go by elimination order. Vaughn is going to vote for Terra, absolutely. Because, you know, Noctis was like one of the key reasons he got eliminated. Squall is going to vote for Noctis. Y'shtola is going to vote for Terra. So we're gonna do that. Yeah, you're gonna vote for that. Zidane is gonna vote for Noctis. Shantoto surprisingly is going to vote for Terra, despite being the reason that she was eliminated. Just, you know, can't bring yourself to vote for Noctis. Cloud is going to vote for Noctis. Tidus is going to Tidus is probably also going to vote for Noctis, and Lightning is going to weirdly tie things up and vote for Terra. Now, I don't know what happens in a tie, but let's say it's just weird sudden death, and they have to bring in someone who was eliminated during the two tribes thing. Surprise! It's Bartz! He's gonna vote for Terra. That's your secret last episode plot twist. They bring Bartz back, who was eliminated right before the tribes merged, and cast a vote for Terra. Because. I don't know. I'm not great at Survivor, but, you know, yeah, Terra wins. Terra wins a live talking chocobo. That's the prize of Final Fantasy Survivor. As for what happens in the, you know, before tribes merge, Furion is the first eliminated, followed by Cecil, then Onion Knight, then Warrior of Light, then Bartz. Let's say Ramza before Bartz. Let's just do that too. Let's say Ramza exists. We're going full Dissidia here. Now, if we include the Antags, they are very obviously just like all voted off as much as possible. And, like, yeah, none of them make it. Cool. I hope that was a satisfying story. I'm not great at reality shows, or game shows in a story format, but yeah. But that's an example of a lighthearted one. And yes, the prize is in fact the FF6 Auction House's real live talking chocobo. And what does the chocobo say? It says Queh. There we go. There's a fun icebreaker energizer. I had to tweak some personalities to make it work. Terra is played completely straight, as is Noctis. So is Vaughn, Zidane, and Tidus. They'd be fine. Tidus would actually have a great time if it was on like an island, because Tidus and Blitzball. So if an immunity challenge involved being underwater in any capacity, Tidus was kind of a favorite. But it's Final Fantasy Survivor, so some of those immunity challenges would be magical in nature. Shantoto being like a team leader for Y'shtola and Terra is a very interesting dynamic. Just because, like, yeah, Y'shtola would be fine just like kind of sitting and observing, waiting for her moment to like come back and strike. And Terra, very passive, just kind of goes with the flow. And Shantoto would have to be betrayed to be voted out, basically. The Squall and Cloud would be fine with any kind of like physical martial combat. Lightning would be fine in anything that required any kind of discipline or team building, any kind of soldier skill set. Vaughn, Zidane, and Tidus are basically just like the fun-loving guys that aren't really great at a whole lot, but you know, they're kind of off the radar in terms of You know, I put them in an alliance together to be the alliance that people don't really think about, but like, yeah. As for what the Y'shtola incident was, it would be that week that Tidus had immunity or whatever. The devs would give her immunity. Look. Okay, that was a weird tweet that I saw. Like, I couldn't make heads or tails of it. I thought it was like a shit post or whatever. But like the Y'shtola incident would be like the thing people talk about that season, where like Lightning and Noctis would try some sneaky treachery subterfuge, and let's say something of Zidane's was stolen or lost or destroyed or thrown out to sea, some kind of belonging, and Y'shtola would get the blame for it. And so that would lead to that vote, and then the week after would be a lot of like argumentative fighting between Shantoto Terra and Zidane Tidus. And it would eventually lead to Zidane's vote out, but like that would be the big thing where Zidane would like take a whole episode being denying about it, like, oh, you're just saying that because you were in an alliance and you just want revenge, blah, blah, blah. And then like, I don't know, 40 minutes into the episode, because they're like an hour long if I recall, Zidane would like, you know, catch Lightning talking about it with Noctis, and like Cloud Squall would be like unaware, or Cloud would be unaware, that sort of thing. And like, you know, it would lead to that vote, etc., etc. Like, it's a fun dynamic to explore, though. Just like how they would interact if Dissidia were a game show instead of a fighting. It should be a Muso, and I will die on that hill forever. But yeah, pretty good what if. Terra coasting to a win because the prize is a cute chocobo. Just like, gosh, Dove, you're biased. Yeah, and I'm the writer of this story. Who would win in a fight? It's whoever's writing it. And right now, guess who the writer is? It's me. So, yeah, no, that's just like a little example. That's like a shorter one because it doesn't involve starting from the start of a game. That said, Burn, yeah, if you want to redeem that one, that's very much thumbs up by me. I have no objections to that one because, oh, that one sounded good. I have it written down in the Red Robin. Otherwise, I'm going to start with a different one. The one I started, I want to say it was yesterday. Or the day before, where it was what if the Corpse Brigade either won or did enough damage the nobility was forced to bargain with them. That one I can continue because that one was so short ago. I can cliff notes what happened in the beginning. Probably some details will be changed. My memory is still not the greatest, but it's still on cooldown. Okay. Right, yeah, it's a half-hour cooldown in it. So in 9 minutes, you'll have your shot. But I wrote it down in the round robin because, oh boy, that one's going to be good. But I think I'm going to run my first ad break a little early. So, just to like have a clean time to come back to. So yeah, Burn, go ahead and redeem it whenever it comes off cooldown if you want. Because I approve of that one pretty hard. I'll have to think about it a lot. And that's going to be a very long story, but we're also going to come back to another really long story that I've technically started a few times, but because it was over a span of weeks, I want to kind of start it over. So when I get back, we're going to come back to the third of Reimu's trifecta during the end of Xenogears. If you know, you know. But in the meantime, feel free to get up, stretch your legs, get something to eat or drink, stay hydrated, take your meds if you need to. Just don't go too far because we will be right back. Alright, I am back. Hello, hello. Is that gonna clip? It doesn't. Okay, cool. So yeah, welcome back to story time. We're basically gonna be on this layout and image all day unless I get raided or something. I don't expect it today. I expected it kind of be on the chill side. I just want to see how this goes, how's this received, because when I put up the Final Fantasy What If Redeem like a couple months ago, people found it before I announced it, and it took off like wildfire. So I was always curious, what if I did a full stream of them? Where I just sit in, just chatting, and tell some stories. Some Final Fantasy flash fiction, if you will. So I am gonna, burn as soon as it comes off cooldown. Feel free to redeem it. I do want to get on this one though, because it's been eating at me that I have not been able to get anywhere with it. So Reimu suggested this one in lieu of what if Vice escaped from, took over Hojo or something. What if all Merrick's henchmen weren't named Steve? Impossible! All of my henchmen are named Steve! How's it going, Reimu? You're just in time because this one's been eating at me and I wanted to do it for a while now. let me font this down to something a little bit. There he goes, perfect. Well, tell it you're not edible. I haven't watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridged in so long. There we go. That is very horribly off balance, but we are what we are. There we go. So yeah, this is one Reimu suggested, and in lieu of what if Vice had overpowered Hojo, because I have not actually played Dirge of Cerberus yet. So, okay, I'm gonna have to check that out later. So many tweets. So yeah, this is What If Orin Became Sin. Let's set this. We're gonna do a long form one now, so this one might take the full hour. I don't know yet. We're gonna set the stage we're gonna set the stage 10 years prior to the start of Final Fantasy X. We're gonna start at the end of Braska's pilgrimage, Summoner Braska's pilgrimage. We're going to set the stage at Zanarkand, where Lady Yunalesca has just informed Braska to choose one of his guardians to act as Faith for the final Aeon, because there is no final Aeon. You have to choose someone with whom you have a strong bond to become the Faith that will summon forth your final Aeon to defeat Sin. And one key detail that is left out of Lady Yunalesca's entire spiel is that, you know, you, Yevon, will just possess this Aeon, sever the link between Aeon and Summoner, killing them. Like, everyone knows that the Summoner dies upon summoning the final Aeon, that the final Aeon kills the Summoner. Summoners aren't necessarily in the dark about that. What they are in the dark about is the how and why of it. So Yunalesca leaves the trio to ruminate over their decision. And Jecht is, you know, I've been thinking, I ain't getting back to my Zanarkand. And, you know, y'all, Auron alive here. What, you know, the things Jecht says to nominate himself as the Faith in the main game. Glitched out, said he had an error, ate your message up, and can't do another one for the day. DM it to me and I will count it. Well, actually, never mind. Don't DM it to me because I know. Are you sure that's the one you want to go with? Because I have it written down in the round robin. Just because Twitch glitched you out doesn't mean I'm going to rob you of it and say, oh, well, better luck next time. So you want to do the Cloud and T to swap places still, Burn? Because it's written down. I control S to the round robin. It's there. Context remove. Burn wanted to do what if Cloud and T to swapped places, which is one I'm going to do next after. Sky Pirate not robbing? Yeah, I know, right? I'm like, Sky is like, oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, Raymu redeemed it. Thank you, Raymu. That's generous. You didn't have to. You really didn't have to put forth the hats for it. Because I had it, you know, redeemed already. But you know what? It is there in my all requests thing. So you know what? It's now official anyway. And I will do that one after the current story. So, yeah, Jecht has made his argument the same exact argument he makes in the main game. And Braska's thinking about it. And Auron is like, no, let me do this instead. Just because, Sir Jecht, you can't find a way back to your Zanarkand now does not mean that a way doesn't exist. You arrived here. More importantly, you have a son waiting for you. You have a family waiting for you. I don't. That's why I'm in this position in the first place. I didn't want to marry the... I think it was Auron was like shanghaied into an arranged marriage with a temple leader's daughter and refused. And Auron's like, yeah, I'm from here. Like, I'm from here, yeah, sure, and you're not. But a way home might exist for you because a way here existed for you. You have a son. Don't be foolish. You'll see him again. I'll make sure of it. And there's a little bit of back and forth, but eventually Braska, who has a daughter, who has a child of his own, is like, no, Auron has a point. You have a family to go back to. I'm sorry, Jecht. I cannot make you the Faith for my final Aeon. But we still have to defeat Sin. Jecht eventually does relent and realize, you know, you steal my bravado, steal my moment, meh, meh, meh. But he escorts Braska to the Calmlands with his, you know, with his new final Aeon, and they fight Sin. And Braska defeats Sin. And Yu Yevon possesses the Aeon that Auron created, which shocks everybody. Braska knew he was going to die. He didn't know how, and he didn't know that this was why Sin kept coming back. He realized way too late this is what was going on. Auron realized it way too late to realize what was going on. Jecht realized it way too late to know what was going on. Jecht tries to fight Yu Yevon and is defeated. He's not killed, but he's kind of defeated, and Yu Yevon possessing Auron has just, you know, hecked off to build another Sin. That space well ain't going to build itself. It's going to take a few months. And unfortunately, yeah, Yu Yevon just gets incredibly more efficient at rebuilding Sin every time it's destroyed. Which is why the calm lasts shorter and shorter and shorter periods of time. But Jecht has some time. He recovers from his wounds, and he has a choice to make. He should either spread the word at what really is happening, which would pit him against Yevon. He can go confront Unalesca, or he can figure out something else. Now, he's not a planning kind of guy. He wants to hit something. He wants to hurt something. He wants to get revenge for not one, but two of his close friends' deaths. Because what was the point of it all? He goes back to Unalesca, has some choice words, has some fight. Unlike Orin, he survives. He makes it back through Mount Gagazet, accompanied by a young Ronso who has just lost his horn named Kimari. He's taken to Luca, and he doesn't die here. He just kind of collapses into needing more convalescence. And, says, hey, this is, you're gonna look after Braska's kid while I can't. And that is when Yuna is taken to Besaid. Kimari takes Yuna to Besaid, stays around to kind of watch over her, and Jecht is taken to Besaid for convalescence. A couple years pass. Jecht has long since recovered. He kind of disappears from Besaid for a little bit. To where, this legendary guardian, what is, we want some wisdom from him, but he's nowhere to be found. For a few months, Jecht he manages to get back to Luca, drink himself stupid, realize, they wouldn't want to see me like this. I gotta figure out something. At the very least, I can protect Braska's kid. And on his way back from Luca to Besaid, his ship is attacked by Sin, the newly reformed Sin. And there had been whispers of Sin attacks, before this, but God, the calm really didn't last very long this time, did it? It takes Jecht about a year to, he drinks for a few months and then bums around Luca and Blitzball until he decides, nah, I should do something to help Braska's kid. That's what he would have wanted. It's all I can do right now. Unfortunately, on his way back, he's attacked by Sin, and he wakes up in Dream Zanarkand, which he now knows is a dream. And, he's wondering, well, shit, how much time has passed between now and then? Is this the same place? Is my kid still here? First thing he does is races home. And unfortunately, it's around the same time that the woman with whom he had a kid has passed away. Because as far as anyone else knew, Jecht was dead at sea. No one knew anything else. Jecht thinks about making his presence known because his kid is crying up a storm, but he realizes, A, I've been too hard on the kid. B, I was kind of a shitty dad. C, I don't know if I'm what he needs right now. Because he's got people around him. He'll be fine. He's gonna blame me and he needs to blame me, but right now he just needs to mourn. And Jecht mourns a little bit as well, because over the course of the pilgrimage with Braska, he did grow up a fair bit. So Jecht kind of keeps a watchful eye from a distance. He has no way back to Spira, but that son of a bitch, Orin was right. Orin was right. I did find a way back. Man, I guess it's a good thing I didn't become the Faith. I sure as hell wouldn't want to become Sin and hurt all those people. And then he realizes, wait a minute. No, Orin is Sin. He is doing all this. He is hurting all these people. I gotta find a way to either stop him, save him, or put him out of his misery and, all this and that. But from Dream Zanarkand, he can't really do much. 8.5 years pass. Jecht realizes he should probably disguise himself because he's a really high-profile celebrity and really kind of doesn't want that attention right now. He hangs around the bar. Unbeknownst to anybody else, he doesn't actually drink anything alcoholic. But as far as anyone knows, he's just a gruff-sounding old man who's drinking himself stupid at the bar all day, getting by however he gets by. I don't know if Dream Zanarkand operates on capitalism, but, Final Fantasy logic, Jecht has a place to stay and enough means to quote-unquote drink himself stupid. What he's really doing is keeping a watchful eye from a distance on his kid, watching Tidus rise through the ranks in Blitzball. God knows who's coaching him, because Jecht sure ain't. And, but like, heck, you know, my kid's doing pretty good for himself. No, that's not how you go for a shot. This is how you go for a shot. He's like kind of just like being angry Blitzball fan. No one really puts together that it's Jecht. About 6 months before the start of the game, Jecht makes himself known to Tidus in his disguise as just a drunk old man in a, you know, in a hood. Teaches him a couple things, not teaching him the Jecht shot because that would be a dead giveaway, but giving a little piece of advice. Tidus brushes it off but decides, you know what, we're behind like 3-1 here at like halftime, just under half. Let me try some of those things that old man was talking about. I got nothing to lose, and hey, it'll make for spectacle if nothing else. And realizes, that guy kind of knows what he's talking about. It's enough for the Zanarkand Apes to come back and win a game. And so Tidus seeks this old man out for more advice. And Jecht feels a little bit of pride that he finally gets to pass something down to his son directly, even if it is kind of indirectly still. But hey, cool, whatever. Jecht has made no headway on his plan to save Auron or stop him, because Sin dropped him off and then just like kind of, you know, disappeared. There's no way to get in contact with him. It's not like Sin has a cell phone or anything. So, over time, Tidus has like kind of built himself up as the star player of the Zanarkand Apes. He still can't do the Jecht shot, and Jecht still doesn't want to teach him yet because he figures, you know what, no, I've been distant all this time. And every time I talk to this kid, or every time he talks, he's just got full of vitriol for me. He doesn't need me as a distraction right now. He's living his own life. And I still get to be here for him. Cool. It goes against everything Jecht is, loud, boisterous, etc. But the experience, Braska's pilgrimage humbled him as well as helped him grow up. So he's just like kind of trying to figure out anything that can be done. If he ever sees Auron again, if he ever sees Sin again, he wants to destroy it somehow, but like the years are starting to dull him. Dream Zanarkand is not really known for like combat. Like, yeah, fiends exist, but it's a huge deal when like a single tiny like wolf or a flan gets into town. And like, you know, the rare times they do, wow, this old man's kind of decent with the sword, ain't he? Something that Tidus just kind of naively just doesn't notice. Flash forward to a very specific Blitzball game in Dream Zanarkand. Opening of the game, Otherworld happens. Opening of the game happens. As the highway is crumbling around them and these weird fiends that no one's ever seen before, like descending. Tidus runs into the familiar old man. Hands him a sword. The same exact sword. We're not making Tidus just magically a two-hand sword user. That is still Jecht's role. And hands him a sword. Says, hey, it's a gift from your old man. Take it. You know how to use it. How do you know I know how to use it? And then, you know, Sin spawn. Beginning of the game plays out as normal. And then they run into Sin. And instead of just Auron going, we called it Sin, and nothing else saying, hey, your story's about to begin, the force from the tankard explosion that, you know, the thing of, hey, hit a different target than the Sin Spawn tutorial battle, it blows the hood off of Jecht's disguise, and Tidus finally recognizes his old man. And Jecht's like, well, shit, cat's out of the bag, I guess. So he starts telling, he sees Sin on the horizon, realizes, I can't beat him, but I think I know why he's here. We're going back to Spira. And he takes Tidus kind of by the arm, says, look, kid, I know you have a lot you want to say to me right now. This ain't the time. And gives him the biggest crash course on where he's about to go. You're going to some place called Spira, probably. We're very likely going to a place called Spira. That's where I've been the last 10 years. That's where I was 10 years ago. That's where I disappeared to. I don't know where you're going to end up, kid, but you need to learn something. And, you know, Blitzball still exists. Yeah, cool. But there's this group called Yevon that kind of runs the place. Gives him a crash course on Yevon, a crash course on Sin, and just, hey, if you say something stupid, and if anyone looks at you stupid, just say you got too close to Sin, and that'll take care of the rest. Hope to see you on the other side, kid. And that is the line that replaces "This is your story." Because yeah, I skipped the intro of "Listen to my story. This may be our last chance," and replaced it with the prequel of the end of Braska's pilgrimage. Nebraska's pilgrimage. Okay. You get 10 caption points for that one, captions. That one was good. You got me. Beginning of the game more or less plays out as usual. Tidus lands in the water near Baj Temple, gets Geosganioed, gets into a temple. I need food. Makes a fire, passes out, doesn't get food, gets attacked. Riku shows up. Albed kidnap. Airship, Sin Attack Part 2, Besaid, Blitzball. What team you say you play again? We kind of just go straight to Besaid. Nebraska's final Aeron would be pretty boring. Yo, Aeron. So we're in Besaid, beginning of the game. Basically, functionally, not a lot is going to change for a long time. The difference is that now Tidus kind of has a head on his shoulders. He's very pissed off because, like, his dad has been there this whole time. Why the hell didn't you show your face? Why weren't you there for mom? What do you mean you were somewhere else 10 years ago? It's like all these questions. But instead of just raw, visceral hatred for a man he thought just, like, abandoned him, is now just a bunch of burning questions. And hey, he said a lot of stuff that suddenly came true. As soon as this guy on the beach asks him what team he plays for again, the first thing Tidus does is, I got too close to Sin. And then Waka does the, Sin's toxin, but you're still alive, praise be to heaven. To which Tidus, seeing that pose, is immediately going to reciprocate it. And replicate it. I was right the first time. And Waka's gonna be like, oh, you actually remember Yevon, yeah? So you can't be from Xanarkand, but you must have been on a pilgrimage or something. What summoner you escort? There's like a bunch of other, like, now deep posing questions. Jecht did not mention anything about a summoner or a pilgrimage, so Tidus is just like, Sin's toxin, I don't remember. I don't remember how I got here. I was in the water, and I woke up in the water here. And that's it. And Waka's, of course, still gonna recognize, this kid's pretty good at blitzball, yeah? Let's get him on the team. Tidus is going to basically, for the long and short of this story, have a little bit better head on his shoulders because he was given a little bit of a crash course where he was going to go. He's not a complete fish out of water. He is, but, you know, his dad's been here before. His dad is way different. His dad seemed to actually want to help him. And the first time I called upon his piece of advice, it got me out of trouble. So let's stop and think is now kind of a protocol in Tidus's mind. Is this out of character? You bet your ass it's out of character for Tidus to not be completely dumb. But stay with me on this one. Getting some like crash course of advice before being thrown into a new world and finding out that that advice was practical would be enough to give even Tidus like, wait a minute, what did the old man say about this? He's taken to Besaid Village. He's accosted into playing for the Besaid Aurochs because, hey, we've never won a game, yeah? We're the underdog, yeah? And he's taken to Besaid, he meets the Crusaders, and he has a little bit more knowledge than before. He doesn't know what a Crusaders are, but he knows enough about Sin to kind of BS his way around without just going, toxins and nothing else. He has a little bit to lean on to where people are like, it's a little bit more believable that this young man just kind of came into contact with Sin because he knows enough about the world to where it wasn't total amnesia, but, you know, he's kind of way too lucid, etc., etc. Local man is allowed one thought because the old man has good advice sometimes, yeah? Welcome back, Devious Pulsar. What is up, Halo? Welcome back. It is all story time all day. So Tidus is just kind of chilling in Besaid for the better part of an afternoon. Has a little nap, gets a little food in him. That part's important because he hasn't eaten in like 3 days, aside like some weird TV dinner or whatever on the Albed ship. Been here since the beginning of this one. Oh, nice. This is technically one I've started a few times, but like I didn't want to continue from a point where it's like, hey, watch like a random Xenogear stream from last week for details. I'm starting this one. I started this one from the beginning. So Tidus is just kind of chilling around. Never played Final Fantasy. I recommend them. They're good games. They are kind of my personality. I love Final Fantasy, though. Gives him a kid cuisine. That's canon now. Oh my god, that's canon. That and birds, yes. is the fact that I named my VTube character Sky Lorelei. Very much after Mystia Lorelei, who I used as like reference when getting art done. No relation, but absolute etymology. So Titus has some food, has a nap. Doesn't know where the hell he's gonna go. He doesn't mention the Albed ship. Jack didn't mention anything about the Albed or any history. He just doesn't want to bring it up. He kind of feels keeping some information closer to the vest at this point. Yeah, no relation, just inspiration. Exactly. So while he's having a nap, he overhears some conversation. It's been a full day, and it echoes, you know, Jack being gone for a full day. And his mother hung on for a good long time before she lost the will to live. Because Jack got there in time for the funeral after getting back to Dreams Anarchind in the first place. So Titus, you know, all he knows upon waking up with like a little bit of sleep fog and delirium is like, wait, someone's in trouble? What's going on? He goes to the temple, I guess a second time because, you know, he goes the first time before the nap. He doesn't go, what's a summoner? He just kind of quietly observes and pieces together, okay, High Summoner must be someone very important to this religion Dad brought up. He goes back to the temple because someone has been in there for a day and a half, and instead of rushing in, I don't care about your rules, I'm gonna go save a crusty old man from a monster, or whatever his mindset is. Because again, Titus didn't know it was a cute girl in the Chamber of the Faith, why he broke precept. He just knew someone was in trouble, and in his mind, it was a crusty old man. He was actually breaking church protocol and rules and everything to save what he thought was an old man, not a cute girl. Keep that in mind. So Titus returns to the temple, and instead of rushing in, he gathers information. He asks people what's going on. Like, hey, can I help? And, you know, the priest is like, I appreciate your concern, young man, but only summoners, apprentice summoners, and their guardians may enter. It is a sacred taboo. We cannot break it under any circumstances. I can't even go in, and I am like an acolyte at this temple. Titus is very frustrated, and he thinks about going in anyway, but because his dad had imparted onto him just how important this Yevon, now he knows is a religion, now he knows how important it is, he decides to play along, but he's like, okay, but if it gets dangerous, we don't want the summoner to die, do we? The acolyte's probably gonna, you know, do a course correction, apprentice summoner, but yeah, we don't, but the precepts. Are you willing to have an innocent life just die on your hands because they weren't strong enough to become a summoner for you or whatever? And this argument goes on for a little while until the door, I guess a door is the best way to describe it. The thing that, you know, the weird stone arrowhead thing that guards the door suddenly opens. And from Titus's perspective, out emerges a very strange, gloomy, grumpy-looking woman wearing a dress made of belts, a giant blue, like, furry lion man, and behind them, kind of leaning on the giant blue furry lion man, a very cute girl who just stumbles out, I did it. I became a summoner. Because Titus solving those puzzles had nothing to do with Yuna coming out of the Chamber of the Faith. He gets there, gets basically a look of what the hell is wrong with you? Who the hell are you? And then Yuna comes out on her own. So yeah, Yuna comes out on her own. Just the time spent, you know, a Besaid sphere might also be necessary, is instead spent, you know, trying to rally this acolyte to go check on the summoner. Even if he can't go, like, someone should check on this summoner, damn it. But in this scenario, Titus does not disobey precepts. He does not go against the teachings. He kind of plays it straight to the morals, and because this town is incredibly small town, they're kind of a little more sympathetic. Now, this kid's an outsider, but, you know, he's this passionate about saving our summoner. He must be a rather upstanding fellow. It's a shame he's lost his memories due to the toxins and his proximity to a sin attack. The town is looking upon Titus a little bit more favorably. So instead of, you heathen, stay away from the summoner, yeah, bad man, etc. you know, the town is looking at this very pious young man who, even without his memories, wanted to help the summoner and serve Yevon and defeat Sin. And he's not even from here. We don't know where he's from, but he's not from around these parts. Bless his heart. Town looks at him pretty favorably. At around sunset, Yuna's recovered and decides to show off her Aeon Valifor. Just summons it, gives her a head pat, and then she flies away, of course. And now Tidus is seeing an Aeon for the first time. Oh, this summoner thing's a real deal. That thing looked pretty strong. But it also looked really gentle. It must be tied to her. Also, damn, she's cute. You know, just Tidus thoughts. Just Tidus thoughts. You know, for... Okay, so you're not going to give me a name either way. Captions. Understood. So they get to talking. And this time the town isn't trying to keep her away from him because, you know, Yuna's talking with that elderly couple and the child, and Tidus approaches to kind of introduce himself. And they're like, oh, young man, we heard about you. You managed to stay away from the summoner despite wanting to save her. Oh, you're such a good, kind-hearted young man. Come, introduce yourself. Yuna, don't be rude now. Introduce yourself to the nice young man. Perhaps with a passionate, you know, wanting to daringly rush into our temple like this, maybe you should make him a guardian. It's an idea that's planted in Yuna's head a lot earlier, but, you know, they haven't even met yet, and they get to talking until nightfall. And instead of, like, Yuna going to, you know, Yuna and Tidus talking and then getting pulled away, they talk for a little bit, and then Tidus and Yuna kind of excuse themselves. Yuna going back to talk to other people and or sleep for the boat ride the next day. And Tidus hanging out with Waka. Don't get any funny ideas, yeah? Conversation happens as normal. What if she comes on to me? That's not gonna happen. Etc. But hey, Blitzball, we're gonna go to Kilika to pray for... We're gonna go pray and, you know, pray for Blitzball because, you know, that's how people do in America, right? Pray for sports. While we escort Yuna to Kilika Temple to, you know, continue her pilgrimage, get her next day on, yeah? So... boat ride. And they're headed for Kilika to continue the pilgrimage. And Tidus doesn't have the weird dream and wake up screaming, I hate you. He sleeps through that conversation where Lulu chastises Waka for trying to replace Cheppu. Tidus is kind of unaware of that because, well, you know. Waka, you're stiff, man. No, not your face. Yeah. And then weird Bender grunting. Boat ride happens. And this time Lulu is going to pull Tidus aside. Because, you know, Tidus wasn't there to come out of the tent to end the conversation earlier. And I know that's not what happened, but it is this time. Lulu wants to know, who are you? Where did you come from? And Tidus, once again, having that protocol of stop, think, dad's advice. I don't remember where I came from. I remember getting close to Sin after, you know, after re-meeting up with my dad, but it's all fuzzy. Who was your father? He's a man named Jekt, and it's enough to stop Lulu in her tracks. There's no reason not to name drop Jekt. He's been here before. And, you know, maybe, you know, dropping his name might get this woman off his back, if nothing else. He doesn't know what Jekt was doing. He doesn't know what his dad was doing here in Spira 10 years ago. He just knows he came here 10 years ago and learned a lot about the world. And, you know, this world doesn't seem so bad anyway, minus the, you know, space whale just, like, kind of being a big giant nuisance and summoners having to go fight it. But, you know, details. The world doesn't seem that bad otherwise. I mean, it has Blitzball and Kid Cuisine. Which is canon now. Lulu doesn't really have anything to say. Other than just, like, actually getting off his back. Because from Lulu's point of view, this is the son of legendary guardian Sir Jekt, who traveled with High Summoner Braska. And this is his kid. And he's, you know... this must be, like, fate or something. This must be the work of Yevon to unite the son of legendary guardian Sir Jekt and his summoner, High Summoner Braska's daughter. Not fate in the sense that they're going to get together, but fate in the sense that, okay... maybe you actually have a little bit of merit to you. It's enough to kind of put Lulu's mind at ease. Tidus is completely weirded out by the whole thing. Not Jesus, Tidus. There we go. That's as close as we're gonna get. Who's just kind of weirded out by the conversation, just kind of like raised eyebrow at Lulu, but otherwise shake head, don't worry about it. Hey, Waka's here. Hey, Blitzball, yeah? Come hang out in the cabins, yeah? Come get hazed by our enemy team, yeah? Etc. He's gonna have a very brief conversation with Yuna. Are all your friends this weird? Oh, they mean well, they're just looking out for me, kind of thing. Nothing deep, nothing whatever. Tidus is a little bit tired. And they're about halfway to Kilika when, oops, it's, you know, alarms are going off. Sin is here. Sin is headed for Kilika. He's gonna destroy the entire town. And it's like, but wait, that's where we need to go to pray for Blitzball and also the summoner thing. Pretty much Tidus' mindset. Sin's fin fight happens as normal, as does the Sin spawn underwater fight happen otherwise. And the entire party... Oh yeah, I skipped over the Kimahri ambushing Tidus to fight thing. That happens as normal. That still happens. Nothing changes. As soon as Waka and Tidus are back on board, just in time to see, like, Sin destroy Kilika, the party is looking at Tidus like, he kept up with Waka, who's a retired guardian but still a guardian, and a part-time guardian to Yuna, and is thus allowed into the temples and stuff. He can hold his own. And he's Sir Jecht's son, and that word of that gets around pretty quick. Not enough for people to, like, confront Tidus about it, because, again, they know two things about Tidus. Well, three. One, he is the son of Sir Jecht, legendary guardian to High Summoner Braska, who's been missing for 10 years, mind. Two, that he's pretty handy in combat, just like his father. And three, that he has amnesia, but is still really pious, and still, like, knows enough about the world to, like, not break precepts and be a total stranger, whatever. They fight Sin's fin for a long time, becoming more powerful than Yevon Penance could even imagine. They do not grind on the infinitely spawning Sin spawn for cash and prizes. Before anyone can, like, talk to Tidus about this guardian thing, they watch Sin destroy Kilika. They arrive at Kilika, people die, Yuna dances, etc. And then the next day, they decide to head out to Kilika Temple together. The Besaid Auroch's going to pray for victory, and Yuna, Kimahri, and Lulu to, you know, continue the pilgrimage and get another Aeon. En route to the temple, Tidus meets up with a kid who wants to be a Blitzball when he gets older. And then they fight another Sin spawn. And, yeah, Tidus can hang with the party. They, he really holds his own in a real fight, especially against Sin spawn. And it's at this point, Yuna and Tidus and the party start talking, and very, like, all around him, like, have you considered becoming Yuna's guardian? To which Tidus is like, I just came along for the Blitzball. What's a guardian? I don't know. I gotta find my old man. I gotta get back home, etc. And they understand this, but they're like, how about you come with us into the temple as a guardian? And when we get to Luca, if you find a way back home, you can leave the pilgrimage. No harm, no foul. But just come with us for now, see a little bit more of the world, see what we're doing here. And fight with us, because honestly, we could kind of use your help. Because you saw that monster, you saw that Sin spawn. And Tidus just kind of is talked into it, he accepts. They get hazed by the Luca goers again at the Kilika Temple. And they get hazed again by Donna and Bartello. Only this time, Tidus isn't waiting outside. He is officially a guardian. He is officially a guardian at this point. And, so they don't, you know, there's no, we're enemy summoners, and we're going to try and get Yuna excommunicated by throwing you down a well or something. No, Tidus just goes along with the party to solve the trials of Kilika Temple. And, yeah, sure enough, yeah. Tidus can't go into the Chamber of the Faith, that's only for the summoner, but he can hang around with the Guardians and wait just in case things go awry. And Lulu and Waka and Tidus are going to have a talk. Kamari's there, but he's not on, you know, speaking terms yet with anyone. He's still being, like, silent, alleged protag. And that's when they bring up the conversation that Tidus slept through in this particular timeline. That Waka had a brother that allegedly looked a lot like Tidus. He doesn't at all, because you see his sprite in the, you see his model in the far plane, and that's not Tidus looking at all. And that's when Waka gives him the Brotherhood Sword. And Lulu accepts Tidus as a guardian in exchange for hearing any that he can about Sir Jecht, because Jecht was a legendary guardian, because anyone who gets to, like, survive their summoner becoming a high summoner, for lack of a better term, must be legendary. Because they revered Auron as a legendary guardian. And Tidus, this is when he's going to come clean, because Lulu is not going to buy the Sins Toxin thing anymore. He knows way too much and too little at the same time. But he's proven himself. He's proven himself a good guy, but also a really skilled guardian, and comes from, you know, good lineage, etc. And that's where Tidus says, I came from Xanarkand, probably 1,000 years in the past. I must have time traveled through sin or something, I don't know what. But right before I came back, I met my old man. He told me a few things, gave me this sword, and basically said, I'll see you on the other side. Now I'm looking for him, and for a way back. My Xanarkand is probably destroyed, but I want to see if I can get back to it and protect people or stop it or something. And then Waka being Waka, if you can time travel 1,000 years in the past, yeah, you can stop Sin from ever being born. And Lulu, of course, thinks it's completely idiotic, but like, hey, Tidus got here, didn't he? And it would explain what happened to Jecht in a weird way. So they're like, okay, travel with us, find your father, and we'll all have questions for him. But if you never see him again, at least you have something productive and something you can be doing. They still don't tell him the truth about Summoner, because at this point, it's not really relevant. That the Summoner, you know, dies at the end of the pilgrimage. Tidus doesn't need to know that yet. Because he and Yuna are still doing the cute will they, won't they, tee-hee flirting, while this other person's cute thing that they do for most of the game. They leave Kilika and have an uneventful this time voyage to Luca, during which Tidus and Yuna have a long talk about their respective fathers. Now, in the main game, Tidus is just like a lot of angst and like, God, I hate my dad, he killed my mom, blah, 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 he was an absentee drunk, etc. In this scenario, does the layman know that Jecht came from somewhere else? Yeah. So, from an outside perspective, if this were like played straight as a game, the prologue would be 10 years in the past to Braska's final summoning, defeating Sin, and Auron becoming Sin. And Jecht, like, kind of clip show over the 8.5 years he spends watching over Tidus from afar in Dreams Anarchy. The viewer, observer, what have you, would be very privy to all of this information. In terms of, like, ordinary person, no. Braska never divulged where Jecht came from, and, he was just Braska's guardian. He was some drunk that Braska hired. Oops, turned out Braska's high summoner. Jecht is a hero. Where the hell did he go? They don't know where he came from or where he went. Hypothetical player or observer to this story would know all of it. Layman citizen of village would not. The only people that would be Maester Micah, eventually Maester Seymour, and Yunalesca. Would be the only people that would know that Jecht came from Dreams Anarcand. So, Tidus and Yuna have a nice long conversation, about their respective fathers. And because Tidus is no longer angsting, but realizing that there's some stuff going on that's beyond just what he knows from Dreams Anakin, he doesn't have outright visceral hatred for his father, but he's still pissed off at him for disappearing for 10 years. You know, leaving his mother high and dry and also for dead, but apparently he was in another world, but you know. There's a lot Tidus needs to sort out feelings-wise, but hatred is not on the menu at this point. And Yuna realizes, God, this must be complicated. I can't really relate because I had a great relationship with both of my parents. And I loved my father very much, and I miss my mother, blah, 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 you know, the usual stuff. And again, Tidus is mind off of things because he's starting to look depressed. Hey, Sir Jecht showed me this one blitzball move. Can you do it? And it's the Jecht shot, and Tidus learns it handily. And because instead of, you can't do it, kid, I'm the best, and trying to, like, overcome his father, he's now trying to get on the same level of his father and kind of follow in his footsteps. Basically, same results, different path. They arrive at Luca. And the first thing to do is get checked in for the blitzball game. And as they do, wow, Sir Jecht has been spotted in a cafe. We're just like swapping Jecht and Orin wholesale at this point. Tidus takes off without a word. Yuna is right behind him. Well, he's like, hey, don't be late for the game, yeah? And of course, he's very late for the game, yeah? Respect not petty contrarian, yeah? Exactly. Tidus's emotions are conflicted rather than just angry, which, you know, for better or worse, because, like, now he has to stop and think about it, but now thinking is something he's a little bit more familiar with. And yes, this is part of the reason why he's a little bit more pragmatic in stopping to think. He only told Lulu and Waka and Kimahri the truth, like a little bit more of the truth, is because he can trust them because they're trusting him with their summoner's life, who Tidus now just straight up likes. And Yuna also likes. It's just kind of a little passing crush fling thing. So, Kimahri, Lulu, Yuna, and Tidus go to this cafe. And sure enough, there is Jecht with a cup in his hand. And Tidus remembers from 10 years ago how much of an alcoholic his father was, and how much stress it caused his mother, how awful he was when he came home drunk, etc. And he starts a scene. He raises a huge scene. What the hell are you doing, old man? You're still at this after 10 years? You really haven't changed, have you? And all of his raw emotions about everything that led to his mother's death comes out into the surface. Now, it's all really conflicting emotions, but in this exact moment, seeing Jecht at a bar with a cup in his hand. So they take it outside and have a little scuffle, which Jecht very easily knocks Tidus on his ass, because you can't beat your old man at this point. And while Tidus is sitting there just kind of pouting, Jecht pours out the cup of what is very obviously just tea. If you want to add humorous effect, you can say he pours it on Tidus' face. See, boy, it's just tea. Now would you calm your ass down? Let me talk. And then the two have a conversation. But before they can really make any headway on a conversation, oops, Yuna's gone missing. So, you know, we gotta rescue your summoner first. Rescue now, talk later kind of thing. Jecht is going to join Tidus, Lulu, and Kimahri, and we are skipping the Baran and Yankee bit. Let's say it either happens off screen or doesn't happen. It's not important right now. The four of them go to the docks, and with Jecht's Hodeless. So with Jecht's overwhelming strength, like, he may be a little rusty, but he's still Jecht. He can still probably be a boulder punching asshole with the likes of Chris Redfield. He's really, really, really strong still, despite 10 years of rust. They rescue Yuna easily. Jecht cuts whatever Obliterator Machina is on the boat just completely in half. And because they were able to rescue Yuna so swiftly, the Blitzball game that the Oryx are currently facing the Albed Sykes is not really tied up, and it's like still like just under half, but it's 2-1 instead of 2-2. That whole gambit of Besaid Oryx lose or you never see Yuna again, blah 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 blah. Yeah, that kind of really doesn't matter. Lulu sends up the signal way earlier than expected. And Waka then goes out all out offensive. They win the game 3-1 instead of 3-2. Very handily. For good measure, Jecht is going to sink the Albed transport barge that was carrying the Obliterator after Yuna's safely off of it. Basically, like, you can stay here and face justice, or you can take your odds up with the ocean. I don't care which, kind of thing. But Yuna's safe, and now it's time for the main event of Blitzball, the Besaid Aurochs and Luca Goers. This time, sure enough, it is Jasu warming the bench captain, and Tidus and Waka both play together. And because it's possible to win the game in the main game, you're not necessarily supposed to, but because you can, I'm gonna say, like, instead of it being super close, let's say it's 1-1 at halftime, and Jecht confronts Tidus, like, at halftime. What are you doing, boy? Use that move I always used. You know how to do it, right? Surely you learned how to do it by now, the one thing I didn't teach you. What happened to all that advice? Blah, 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 gets into his head. And Tidus yells at him, but it's like, wait, yeah, no, I did learn how to do your move, didn't I? So between both Waka and Tidus, who are really good players, and the Jecht shot being really ridiculously broken and knocking out 2 defenders, the Besaid Aurochs very handily win the Crystal Cup, or whatever the particular tournament is. Waka officially retires from Blitzball until he's redrafted to the Besaid Aurochs, because you can just do that. And voila! And after the game, there is a completely uneventful just celebrating of sports. And the players just exit the sphere pool, ready to move on to their next destination on the pilgrimage. Which, to anyone who's familiar with the main game, would know it's kind of oddly quiet. We're missing something, aren't we? Weren't Fiends supposed to attack Luca at this point so that Seymour could show off his fancy Aeon and be really cool and stuff? No, that doesn't happen this time. Why doesn't it happen? Well, so the party all congregate around Jecht near the Mihen High Road outside of Luca to continue the pilgrimage. Yuna, kind of starstruck at this point, and also because he did know Jecht for a while, like, you know, before the pilgrimage, like, Jecht, you know, showed off the Jecht Shot Mark II. And, you know, they had kind of a camaraderie, but, like, they have a lot of questions for Jecht. Jecht does not have a lot of answers for them. A Factor! What is up? Hi, hello? How are you doing, friend? I hope you're having a good weekend time zone. Welcome to Storytime. So, they have a lot of questions for Jecht, who does not have a lot of answers. Yuna asks one final question. Well, hey, do you think you could be my guardian like you were for my father? To which Jecht kind of nonchalantly does that weird shoulder rub thing he does. Yeah, sure, why not? Working on crafting, 14, and vibing. Heck yeah. Get those crafts. I need to level my crafters because, oops, I haven't yet. Intrapersonal reasons and technological issues kept me from doing the thing I wanted to do raid-wise, so I'm, like, taking a little distance from 14 at the moment. I'm trying to cap weekly and get my gear and stuff, but, like, you know, I've only cleared the first Savage fight, so. Will there be a VOD of this later? Yeah, I'll probably highlight it. Gotta go to work? Fair enough. Then, well, the past broadcast will be here for 2 months, and I can link that to you over Discord if you want. Trying to find time to do 14 yourself? Yeah. What doesn't help with 14 is if I don't restart my computer after opening OBS, it doesn't matter if I stream or record or anything. If I open OBS at any point, 14 will crash, and I have to restart my PC in order to get it to work. So that's been making it difficult as well. Yeah, no worries. I'm also gonna do one of these. I have a streams Discord. But yeah, take care. Have a good day at work. I hope you have a good rest of time zone, and I will link you the spot later. Remind me because I will forget. But so yeah, very nonchalant answer of yeah, sure, I guess, nothing better to do. Jecht had every intention of becoming Yuna's guardian anyway, he just wanted to be a smug dick about it. At this point, Jecht is gonna pull Tidus aside to have a little bit more talk. You've been alright so far, boy? You've been alright so far up till now? Didn't get in a whole lot of trouble, kid? Stayed out of Yevon's way, etc. So now you know a little bit more about the world, considering you went and got yourself you made yourself a guardian, and Nebraska's kid, no less. He's a little bit proud, a little bit annoyed, a lot of bit Jecht about it. Tidus gets a little bit of talk, but they're on the road actively. They don't have a lot of time. It's enough for Jecht to know that, okay, you managed to keep your head above water. You are my son, kind of pride. He doesn't say that out loud. He doesn't say anything positive or reassuring. He's still Jecht and is not good at that sort of thing. But it's enough to confirm, yeah, I'm fine, Dad. I got by. Why are you coming with us, though? And all Jecht is going to say at this time is, I made a promise to an old friend. I got some things I got to settle. And then Tidus is going to be, well, how about teaching me more about the spirit plays? I almost got into trouble, blah, 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 humorous moment, fade to black. Me and High Road more or less plays out as normal. They reach Rin's traveling agency and have a nice rest. And the next morning they are accosted by a fiend who has been attacking the travel agency's chocobos. Jecht recognizes this fiend as one he fought 10 years prior with Orin and Braska. And he tells the party as much. God, another one of these things, just like old times, just like with Braska. It's enough to impress the party, but before they can fight it, the fiend just like kind of explodes into fireflies instantly. And what the hell could take down a fiend like that in a single hit? Off in the distance, in one of the canyons, stands probably the largest Aeon anyone has ever seen. And its summoner, a Maester of Yevon who they met briefly at Luca, Maester Seymour Guado. He introduces himself to the party here, properly, rather than at the beginning of Mushroom Rock Road. And Jecht doesn't know him because Seymour was like a child, I think, during their pilgrimage. Or like, at least really young. He wasn't even a Maester of Yevon, he was probably just an acolyte. But, you know, Seymour introduces himself to the party. Both Tidus and Jecht do not get a good feeling about this guy. Yuna, however, and Waka, and to a lesser extent Lulu, are completely not smitten, but like really impressed. They're swooning. They're swooning. They're fawning. Waka is practically asking him to sign his Blitzball at this point. And Seymour says something along the lines of, I wanted to assist Lady Yuna. And with her permission, I would like to accompany her as a guardian whenever I can, whenever my duties as a maester permit me. Yuna's gonna instantly accept without getting any advice from anybody, because not really smitten, but definitely impressed and definitely a little starstruck. So, temporary party member Seymour, permanent party member Jecht. So the group, now with Seymour in tow, and Jecht and Tidus are kind of hanging around back, not really talking crap about Seymour, but like, kind of like just, yeah, I don't like this guy. Do you? No. Do you? No. This guy's bad news, but what is his deal? And this is where Jecht is going to teach Tidus to lay low and gather information, because that's what he did for 8.5 years watching Tidus in Dream Xanarkand. Which annoys Tidus, but, you know, he realizes by playing a little bit close to the vest himself getting up to this point that there is some merit in that. So they decide to hold their reservations and just, you know... I don't like this guy. I don't like this. His real name is Armand Tenzeri. Oh my god. I watched that episode of Simpsons. I logged on to Hulu or Disney Plus, I forget which, and watched that episode specifically because I saw an analysis of that episode defending it. Like, I'm getting distracted. So they just kind of hold their reservations. Jecht reverts to his kind of like goofy jerk-ass self when it comes to talking to Seymour, because Seymour recognizes Jecht. This was like a year and some change ago. I'd have to find it again. Let me make a reminder for myself. So, you know, Seymour, before he can kind of catch on that like half of the party suspects him and doesn't trust him, Jack just pulls his usual goofy jerk-ass nature of just, you know, I'm a tired old man, kind of thing. It's enough to put Seymour, like, at ease for now. They're not going to stop him or get in the way of his plans or anything. And if they do, well, he's a Maester of Yevon. He can turn a whole bunch of people against them. And Jecht knows this, and Seymour knows he knows this. 4D chess ensues between Jecht and Seymour of all people, while Tidus just kind of hangs back. They do pretend to be amicably warm with Seymour. They're just like, you know, Tidus is like, yeah, no, sorry, Sin's toxins. And of course, Seymour doesn't buy it, but he can't say anything about it. And the party thinks it's strange, but they also know Tidus is like, you know, I can only trust so many people with, you know, where I came from. I don't want to, like, jeopardize Yuna's pilgrimage by letting everybody know that, you know, this story that no one's going to believe, etc. And they get to Mushroom Rock Road. It more or less plays out as normal from there, Operation Mihen. You know, with the Albed Machina mission to try and defeat Sin with cool gravity drill cannon thing. And more or less plays out as normal, only Seymour's there for the first iteration of the battle with Sin Spongui. He doesn't want to summon Anima here because, you know, Anima's a final Aeon. He would die. He would get his wish, but he would die. And also, Anima's not really powerful enough yet. It's enough to kind of, you know, demonstrate to the party summoners are the only ones who can defeat Sin. For Crusaders and Albed to try and, like, do it with guns, swords, and laser cannons is foolish. It's foolhardy. Seymour stays behind because he is technically a summoner to perform the sending, so that Yuna can continue her pilgrimage up to Jose on, you know, and that he'll catch up later. He'll catch up at Macalania. Or he'll meet them in Guado Salam, actually. But he'll stay and perform the summoner's duty so that Yuna doesn't have to. Yuna's grateful for this because, wow, did she just watch like a couple hundred people die? With Seymour out of the party temporarily, the group makes their way somewhat quietly and very morosely towards Jose Temple. And it is at this point, just like in the main game, where Jecht and Tidus would have a nice long talk. Tidus would wake up alone on the beach after Jecht saves him from a Sin Spawn of some kind. Maybe Sin Spawn Gui Part 2 or something. And that's when Jecht lets on a little bit more of the story. This is where Tidus is going to learn summoners are journey to get the final Aeon to defeat Sin and promptly die. Summoners are being marched in a grinder to stop Sin for a minute. And what's worse, whatever final Aeon you use to defeat Sin becomes Sin in its place. And Sin, right now, is an old buddy of mine. Don't you mean better? Hello, Vaporeon. How you doing? Tidus has a hard time accepting this. And Jecht basically tells him, have I lied to you so far since we met again, boy? Listen to me when I'm talking to you, huh? And Tidus like, but we have to stop Yuna's pilgrimage. I don't want her to die to defeat Sin, especially if it's going to come back again. And Jecht's like, I know, I'm right there with you. But you know, we'll come up with a plan. We got all the time in the world. We just got to act like nothing's wrong here. Also try and keep Yuna away from that Seymour guy, but you know, Summoner is the final say on the pilgrimage. We can't stop Yuna from like doing her pilgrimage, but we can at least try to come up with a plan to save her life down the line. Now, in the meantime, you have a job to do, Guardian. And so a really depressed Tidus, who's just learned the truth about Sin and the truth about the Summoner's pilgrimage way earlier. Got 2 shirts and some stuff traded games for games. Very nice. I don't trust that guy. He says the far plane's located entirely in his kitchen. I know, right? Hell's Kitchen takes on a whole new meaning. So the group journeys to Jose Temple, get Ixion, as per normal. And all the weird side stuff, meeting Biran and Yankee, meeting, not Lina. Shalinda, that's who it was. Meeting Shalinda, meeting Belgamine, all that fun stuff. Those all still happen. They don't impact the story too heavily. And then it's time for the Moonflow, which happens pretty much as per normal. They get to the Shoe Puff station and... Oh wait, no, right, they meet Riku before going on the Shoe Puff, don't they? No, it's after getting on the Shoe Puff because they have to rescue... Right. So they get to the Shoe Puff station. And Jekt, boy howdy, does not want to be there. He is uncomfortable because of what he did 10 years ago, especially seeing the Shoe Puff he gave a scar to. The Hypello look at him funny, but realize, yeah, no, he's quit drinking. He's on the up and up. He's not going to attack him this time. They give him a hard time about it, but not enough to keep him because he's a guardian. They have to let him through, etc. Yuna gets abducted. Underwater Machina battle ensues, this time with Waka, Tidus, and Jekt, because he's a Blitzball player. He can also breathe underwater. They, oh boy, messed this thing up pretty good. Not enough to destroy it outright like the boat because they're underwater. Yuna is saved, and that was priority number 1. And then they get to the other side of the Moonflow. A short ways later, they meet Riku, who Tidus vouches for personally, revealing, yeah, no, she saved me when I first got to Spira, but then Sin attacked again, and I ended up in Besaid. Waka doesn't notice that she's in Albed. No one else does except for Yuna and Jekt, and Tidus now by proxy. And Riku's made a guardian after some talk with Yuna. And we leave the story off for now because it's almost break time at Guado Salam. As for what machinations happen next, well, we'll pick this back up after the break. 3 minutes of ads are going to play. Feel free to get up, stretch your legs, get something to eat or drink, stay hydrated, take your meds if you need to. But don't go too far. We will be back with more story time. I am back. Ooh, I need to save this one too because it's Heroes music. I'm pretty sure I already did. I know this has come up before. Thank you, Vaporeon. Spinning Fox emote. I love that. I love that emote a lot, actually. So yeah, we left off in the story with Jecht, Tidus, Kimahri, Lulu, Wakka, and Yuna, and now Riku, the newcomer, the newest guardian, at Guado Salam. There's no temple here. They can pass on through, but they find out upon entering the town rather quickly that there's a lot of activity going on in the Thunder Plains. They're gonna need to chill in town for a little bit, wait for like a particularly intense storm to kind of subside a little. To which Riku is very much grateful for because she's afraid of lightning and thunder. She, like me as a child, is astrophobic. So, they chill in Guado Salam for a while. Soon after, I think his name is Trommel, the really weird Guado guy who speaks like this. He comes up to the party, telling Yuna specifically that Seymour would like an audience. He's somehow beaten them back to Guado Salam, despite them traveling relatively quickly. And it's like, while you have to stay here to ride out this storm, you may as well come have dinner. All of your guardians are invited, of course. You know, the same exact way as before. Meeting happens as per usual. Seymour shows off Yunalesca and Zayon to try and, you know, plant that seed in in Yuna's head for later. Because Seymour's goal has not changed. Just, you know, different path, same results. Same destination, different path kind of thing. Afterwards, they have dinner. And Yuna comes into the banquet hall completely beet red, head to toe, completely flushed, racing towards some kind of goblet of water, whatever the hell she drank in the game. Because, yep, he wants to propose marriage. Same exact as before. And it's more or less the same argument as before, except Jecht is with Tidus on the calling bullshit department. And just like, you don't love the guy, you don't even like him. To which, you know, the party's like, well, she kind of does, doesn't she? Because, like, look at how she looks every time she's around him, especially while we were all traveling together. Seymour comes in and basically says, you don't have to answer right now, but just consider it. It's for the people, to give the people hope. It would give them something nice to talk about for a change, but just think on it while I join you and accompany you to Makalania Temple. It was Xenogears. Okay. Three in a row that I'm like stealing for the thing later. And so Yuna is completely flustered because she's been given this proposal and now the guy wants to follow. She's not going to be able to think with a clear head. And that's about the best that the party can come up with. Like, first and foremost comes the pilgrimage. You're not asking her to stop the pilgrimage. Oh, good heavens, of course not. And it's like, well, then I guess it's just Yuna's decision. But, you know, Yuna and the party kind of very tiptoe around the fact that she's not going to be able to think clearly and give a rational answer, let alone perform her duties as a summoner with him there. Give us some time to think. To which Seymour's like, okay, I'll see you at Makalania Temple then. And then the party, to distract Yuna and to show Tidus some new sights, go to the far plane. Riku sits out, but Jecht goes with this time. And this is probably going to be a real, like, if this were presented in a game format, this would probably be one of the heavier scenes in the game. Because this is where Tidus and Jecht would hash all of it out, looking at the form, the Firefly summoned form of Tidus's mother. And, like, you would get some real heavy emotional music, Tidus getting all of his issues with Jecht out, Jecht not fighting back for once. They have time. They have time to kill. Like, they're not going anywhere right now, not with that storm there. Even though Seymour got there, but, like, don't do the math on that one. It was a ploy to get Yuna into the banquet, and they're just rolling with it, and also giving Yuna time to think. And the party is eventually gonna, like, let Tidus and Jecht hash this out, like, in the far plane. They're gonna get a good chunk of it out in the far plane anyway, and then the rest of it, they're gonna leave Guado Salam towards the Moonflow and have, like, the other half of their talk. Jecht is gonna let Tidus get everything off his chest. Every single bit of vitriol, every bit of anger, every bit of hatred, and you know he's going to shed tears over it and get the big I hate you out of the way way, way earlier. To which at the end of it, Jecht, who's really bad at this, TM, is just gonna very kind of like awkward head rub, turn away, mumble, I'm sorry. And that's about as good as Tidus is gonna get, at least right now. And this is like gonna be the reconciliation between Jecht and Tidus. And it's gonna happen way earlier, because Tidus' feelings are a lot more complicated from how he first reunited with Jecht, but also with Jecht helping him survive in Spira early on, with that little bit of advice that was really, really good advice. There's still a lot that Jecht is keeping from him and from Yuna and from the party, but right now that can kind of wait. Because before Tidus can really dig into that bag of worms, the party catches up like, hey, they said we can go, yeah, let's go. And, you know, Guado potions good, buy some before leaving, etc. The Thunder Plains more or less happens as per normal. And, the party, you know, takes a detour to Rin's traveling agency because Riku does not want to be out into the thunder right now. And everybody could really use some rest after that bombshell was dropped. And rather than under a particular, like, lightning tower gazebo thing, they're gonna have that conversation here at Rin's traveling agency in Yuna's room. Because Yuna's gonna pull a, hey, everyone, can I talk to you for a sec? At this point, Yuna did not discover Jiskel's sphere. In fact, the incident of him trying to leave the far plane didn't happen. As far as the party saw. They were occupied in other ways in other periods of timing to where that just didn't happen. Seymour still killed him, of course, and then subsequently sent him himself, because that's how I imagine that went. And, but this time he doesn't drop a sphere for the party to discover or for Yuna to pick up. So they're unaware that Seymour's just killed his father, not long before the party arrived, no less, like a day before or whatever. But Yuna's still very conflicted on the marriage thing. While, yes, there is a little bit of, like, celebrity crush and a lot of, you know, awestruck nature, something that does bother Tidus, but he tries not to let it show. Because, again, it's her choice. She ultimately decides, I don't think I can marry this guy. It's political theater, celebrity theater, and it would be good for Spear to have something to talk about. But I think it would be better if I just focused on the pilgrimage. I can't focus around this guy. I feel like something is wrong with my head. I feel like my head is just kind of cloudy. I can't think straight. To which the party initially chalked up to, no, she just kind of has a crush on him, teehee, but like, there's something off about the way he speaks to try and like coax her in a certain direction that the party is now slightly privy to. Wonka's not hearing any of this because no, he's just a maester of Yavin, yeah? He's a good pious man, he's a good God-fearing man, yeah? He just wants to help defeat sin. To which Yuna responds, then why hasn't he defeated sin? There is no temple with an Aeon that resembles that anywhere in Spira. Nor has there been. Danger. I think that's Seymour's final Aeon. To which Jecht is just gonna raise an eyebrow and wonder how she, like, put those two dots together. He's not gonna disagree. The party's gonna look at Jecht when he makes a little noise in, like, self-confirmation, and they want some answers out of him. Because out of anybody who's ever seen a final Aeon, Jecht would know. Because he's the only person that anyone can go to right now at this exact second in time that has seen a summoner's final Aeon and lived to tell the tale. And Jecht is gonna pull a lot of how do I say this? And, well, you know, I made promises, etc., etc. But he does let off that, yeah, no, that Aeon he summoned back in the High Road, that's definitely a final Aeon. So they get enough answers to leave him alone for now, with the promise of we need to talk this out later. But we should go to Makalania Temple and deliver our answer to Seymour. Now at this point, I should probably do an aside with Seymour, because he was supposed to have his Guado summon fiends at Luca so that Seymour could dispatch them with his Aeon and make a show of power. Why didn't he do that? Let's rewind a bit to the Blitzball game, specifically when Yuna's kidnapped. Seymour is about to prepare to lay the groundwork for this move after the end of the Blitzball tournament for his grand show of summoning. And then he realizes something. That's Sir Jecht, and oh my god, he's tearing things up right now. He might catch on, because he was around Braska's pilgrimage. He was one of Braska's guardians. He was on that pilgrimage. And the reason he doesn't do this with Auron in the main game is because Auron is already dead. With Jecht, that's not the case. Seymour can't smell the far plane on Jecht. So he kind of just has to... This is now an unknown, something he can't quantify or work around. And boy, howdy is Jecht just tearing things up. So he calls his, Guado Guardians off and says, we'll have to think of a new plan. It's, less advantageous for me, but I'll at least show Yuna and the others my Aeon and strength. And lend my aid that way. It'll still serve my ends. He waits for the party to gather around the Chocobo Eater and then dispatch it when he knows they're all there to see it. And then leaving Guado Salam after his proposal, he goes through the Thunder Plains because, yeah, that whole thing of, there's a big giant storm, that was all BS, just meant to leave Yuna there so that Seymour could give his proposal, just to make sure they didn't, just leave without, Guado potions good, etc. So, yeah, Seymour, along with an entourage of, Guado Guardians or whatever, makes their way through the Thunder Plains way ahead of the party. There is no Jiskel Sphere, but he knows what he did, and hopes the party doesn't find out, but he has contingency for that, no problem. And he goes to Makalania Temple specifically to wait for Yuna's answer. Hopefully Yuna's favorable reply, he says, knowing full well that that's probably not gonna happen. So, hold up. So Seymour's lying in wait. And from a hypothetical player perspective, observer's point of view, this is where Seymour's plan to become Sin, which we know how it happens from this timeline. Tidus doesn't, but well, actually, no, he does. Jecht would have revealed that. To where, off screen, away from the party, Seymour's plan to become Sin, which we know how happens, is going to happen. Therefore, we, a hypothetical observer, know what the marriage is for and why he wants to tag along as Yuna's guardian. Because he wants to become the Faith for Yuna's final Aeon, kill her, become Sin, and destroy the world. Because Enki. So, party gets through the Thunder Plains. Yuna realizes that Anima is Seymour's final Aeon because she did enough of her homework over the 10 years between the last calm and now that she knows what temples that they're going to visit and what Aeons will come out of them. And, you know, there's probably some other... There was a rumor of a faith that got stolen out of the Calm Lands a long time ago. And, another rumor of another really, really powerful Aeon that, like, people have not been able to unseal for generations. But it's not Anima. Anima is something else. So, the party regroups mentally. Yuna decides, I can't marry Seymour because there's something about him I don't trust, which is enough to, like, really kind of make Tidus and Jack pop off and high-five. Wakka's not happy about it, but hey, Yuna's decision's Yuna's decision. The pilgrimage continues. I hope Maester Seymour isn't disappointed. The rest of the party's just kind of like, you know, whatever, Yuna's made her decision. Tidus and Jack are high-fiving. Cool. They make their way through the rest of the Thunder Plains, through Macalania Woods, rather uneventfully. At the end of Macalania Woods, Jack is like, hey, hold up a sec. Take a little detour. That's where they fight Spheromorph and find a sphere of that Jack had left behind for Tidus. He gets very, very, very easily embarrassed, but the party's amused by it. And Jack's like, okay, these things are like kind of all over the place. If we find more, I guess you'll see what I went through 10 years ago, boy, etc. Angry Jacked, grumpy Jacked noises. Anima is the thing that makes Gear's HP go up real high. It's very suspicious. So, the party, you know, learns a little bit more about Jack's past. And hey, this is a neat little diversion I can throw at the party to avoid answering questions. And say, yeah, no, I'm not one to talk about these things. It's an emotional time for me, and I ain't good with that sappy junk, etc. It's enough to give Jack his grumpy facade back, to give enough answers to the party for now. He'll be a little bit more candid with Tidus in private, but, you know. Because Tidus wants to know who this Orin guy was that, you know, was Braska's most trusted guardian or whatever. And Jack is going to have a hard time opening up about this. This is piecemeal throughout the rest of the game up until Mount Gagazet, by the way. And, yeah, so the party takes a nice little rest and goes into Macalania proper. They stop off at the travel agency. And Yuna's kind of nervous because she doesn't want to deliver a disappointing reply, but also realizes he surely isn't going to do anything to stop us, right? He's a summoner and a maester of Yevon. He wants this, even if, you know, I'm not giving him the answer he wants. And the party assures, yeah, no, nothing could possibly happen. They're ambushed by a Machina en route to Macalania Temple. This time the whole party's going instead of just Yuna Seymour, or Yuna with Traumel. Because Tramel's gonna come up, Maester Seymour requests yours and only your presence, Lady Yuna, and the party's gonna be like, no. But Maester Seymour really insists, are you, a man of Yevon, going to impede a summoner on her pilgrimage? Well, no, I just, Maester, I'm sure Maester Seymour will understand. And then Machina fight, and, you know, Riku is outed as an Albed. To which Jack is going to defuse the situation by saying, what, it wasn't obvious? You never looked at her eyes before? She's been on our side, don't be an idiot. She's not turning coat, she's not doing anything shady. If you're that worried about it, if anything happens to Yuna and Riku's responsible, I'll handle it myself. Jack kind of team dads his way into trying to stop Wakka's racism. And, yeah, Macalania Temple. This time, instead of Guardians going into the temple to stop Seymour, the group goes together. They learn Maester Seymour is inside praying to the faith. As to why, who knows, because he already has, like, the most powerful Aeon to like, exist right now. But alas. They go through the Chamber of the Faith, or they go through to the Chamber of the Faith, through the trials, the temple, the cloister of trials, I think is what it's called. Stop being racist. We went through the song and dance with the Ronso and those weird frog people. Oh, the world didn't end. How about that? But you don't understand, they heathens, yeah? Smack. I'll handle it myself. You focus on Yuna. If things go bad, I'll handle it. You can blame me. But for now, don't be an idiot kind of thing. The group get to the antechamber right before Shiva's Faith. And Seymour's going to not confront them, but you are going to hear his theme. And he is, of course, flanked by a couple of Guado Guardians. And he has his staff out for some reason because he's expecting a fight. Even though the party doesn't know anything about Jiskel at this point. And Yuna's going to deliver a very shaky, hesitant, but very firm reply. I'm sorry, Maester Seymour. I can't marry you. I'm focusing on my pilgrimage. And I'm putting that first. If that fails for whatever reason, then fine. But I can either be a summoner or marry you, but I cannot do both. And everything in my heart says I need to continue my pilgrimage. To which Seymour is, of course, notably disappointed.
I'm a killer, and I always have been. They say one should take.
Jesus, what a line to like drop from a song right at this part of the story. To which Seymour's like, does this have anything to do with my father's death, perhaps? Which is a huge miscalculation on Seymour's part, because the party is stunned into absolute silence, including Jet. Nobody knew. Nobody saw Jiskel's spear. There was no hint that there was any foul play involved. And cat's out of the bag. And it comes out, did you kill your father? What do you mean by that? What's going on? And then we're going to have the boss fight with Seymour. Before the party can kill him this time, Jecht stops him. Stops the party. He stops specifically Tidus from getting the last blow. And says, let him go, boy. But like, he's a Maester of Yevon. He's going to excommunicate us. He's going to stop Yuna's pilgrimage. That ain't what your deal is, right? Looking dead at Seymour, who's like injured, but not dead and not really on the verge of death either. Because his goal here was to die at this point and remain unsent. And that's gone belly up, as has, you know, his leverage over the party, because oops, he didn't have to say he killed his father. This whole thing was a big miscalculation by Seymour. And now the party knows he is up to something. So he's not going to really be able to get at Yuna very easily anymore. And he's not going to be able to become a very powerful fiend and, you know, drink in, like, fireflies or whatever. He kind of has to just, like, lick his wounds and slink away for a little while. Of note, he did not summon Anima for this fight. Because Yuna hasn't gotten Shiva yet. And, you know, that's kind of like the big thing gameplay-wise, is summon Shiva who has really good evasion, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, life's a bitch. It looks like she's still yours, punk. So, like, yeah, the Shiva Anima fight doesn't happen. Anima is not summoned as a boss fight at this time. Stay with me on this one. Seymour just, like, kind of retreats. Trumil arrives, but not really passing Seymour on the way out, wondering what happened. And the party, not wanting to stir any trouble, Maester Seymour felt a little under the weather and left. Because if Seymour admits it, he has to admit to his plan at this point. Why was the party fighting him? Why was he fighting the party? Because it was Tromel that was like, the party has attacked, Yuna and her guardians attacked Seymour. Seymour didn't care. He's not here to play mind games and get the party excommunicated. He's here to die and become a fiend. And that didn't happen. And it was Jecht that stopped him. Which means, not only do they know that they know, but now they know that they know that they know that they know. So now Seymour has to go back to the chessboard, because with the party not catching on to his machinations, he let on way too much. The party just, like, kind of doesn't tell Tromel anything, because, like, Jecht is going to, pun intended, interject. he's going to interject and say, you know, he's going to tell the party Guado deal with Guado affairs, and these guys are more tight-knit than Yevon Knights. Just leave it be. If it bites us, then it bites us later, but right now, we need to get away from this temple and go to Bavel. That's where the next Aeon is. And whatever storm is about to happen, we can confront it there. But better us get the drop on them than they get the drop on us. Because Seymour is injured and out of commission and recovering, and genuinely recovering for a little while, the attack on Beaconell Island does not happen. No more fiends on Beaconell Island, no Guado on Beaconell Island, which means Waka doesn't really see the evils of the Guado or Yevon at this time. He's still a little behind the times. But, you know, so that attack doesn't happen. The Albed very quietly get the Fahrenheit up and running. That'll be important later. Because the Albed are still trying to kidnap summoners to keep them from their pilgrimage, and still trying to find some Machinas strong enough to defeat Sin on their behalf. It's just that home isn't destroyed. They still have it. The party never goes there. Well, not yet, anyway. Seymour comes back as Seymour Gold. I spent 10 years in an instant fighting Sin's Fin. Now nothing will stop me from destroying everything. So the party leave Macalania, head back to Macalania Woods, and through that fork in the road that leads to Bavel, because that is a thing. That's how the party would have done it otherwise, if not for the airship. The party arrives at a very quiet Bavel. There's like some wedding plans being taken down. Very clearly, Seymour was spreading the word before he disappeared under illness. And surprising the party, Seymour is going to very much play up the lie that he fell ill at Macalania and needed time to recover in Guadosalam. Which is going to throw Jecht off his game. Wait, why is he, you know, proving our lie? And, you know, Ian is going to face some questioning. You were the last person to see Seymour. Did he really fall ill? They're just going to say, yep, that's what happened. He fell ill while I was in the Cloister of Trials and had to excuse himself and leave. And you know, Maester Kelkronzo is going to be like, yep, that checks. That's what Seymour told us. Anyway, you're here for the temple, right? Feel free to go on. A very eerily quiet, uneventful, almost too quiet journey. While they meet with Bahamut's faith, and Yuna acquires Bahamut. At this point, Isaru, the summoner played by Quentin Flynn, he's appeared, there's been cutscenes with him, but he doesn't confront Yuna and them at this time. Nor does the Via Purifico happen. Nor does the trial happen, because nothing happened. Which is what's throwing the party off. They fought Seymour, and won. Jecht stopped them from killing him. Seymour slinked away kind of upset about that fact. Not about the fight, but about, you know, Tidus not getting the killing blow. And now Seymour is kind of validating their lie of Seymour just like kind of felt under the weather and left. The party can't really go back to Guadosalam, but no one from Guadosalam is going to refute Maester Seymour. So Bavel is just weirdly quiet. And Maester Kelkronzo is a little suspicious, but because the stories check out, he really has no reason to be suspicious. Maester Keenock and Micah, however, are. The two Maesters meet with Yuna and request an audience in the High Court of Bavel, or whatever Micah's room would be, or whatever. Center of Bavel Palace, the Palace of St. Bavel. And then, you know, Mike is going to do the reveal of he's also unsent. Why? Because, you know, Yuna kind of knows a lot. Jecht knows way too much, having survived a final summoning. And the party just needs to be reminded about what the goal is here. It's to destroy sin. Right, Summoner? And it's enough to shake the party up, and it's basically Yevon's way of saying, you're not excommunicated, we're not sending our guys after you, but we know, because, at least in terms of Maester Micah, Seymour's told me basically all of everything, and we know what his plan is. So don't get in his way because it is the will of Yevon kind of thing. But you can run along now. The party is pretty much free to come and go from Bavel. And next up is the Calmlands. Pretty much where any documentation of the pilgrimage ends. And Orin, being the dick that he was, wanting the party to experience the full pilgrimage and learn the truth in their own way rather than just be told and not get to where they need to go in the end. Jack just takes a long, quiet look out on the Calmlands and, like, reminisces about that final battle between Braska and Sin. And the party asks for a little more information because the Trail of Spheres has gone dry at this point for now until they get to Mount Gagazet. And Jack says, I can't say, it's a little too painful, but you'll find out soon on your own. Tidus wants to speak up, but can't. Jack stops him, and otherwise he can't. The party realizes it's a very sore memory because he watched his good friends, like, give their lives to defeat Sin in this place. They can't really confront him or push him right now. Side quests are side quests. Whether or not the Chocobo race happens, the mirror, the everything else, who cares? Monster Arena. It's not part of the story. They get to the end of the Calmlands, and instead of a Guado, like, summoning a golem for them to fight, suddenly an airship. What the hell is this Machina doing, descending from the sky to impede the party's progress? And out comes a very particularly belligerent old Albed man, balding and just shouting in Albed, and Riku's trying to play translator. But it basically comes down to, all right, your pilgrimage is done, little lady, versus, no, we'll fight you. And so let's just say the boss fight here is just some kind of Machina-inspired Defender X, whatever. And the party's gonna win. And that's where the confrontation with Cid is going to happen. And where the story comes out that this is Yuna's uncle, technically, which makes Yuna half Albed, which blows Wakka's racist little mind. But it's he really can't hate Yuna, and he's learned to stop hating Riku. And, yeah. I'm annoying, huh? No, I'm annoying, huh? No, I'm annoying, huh? None of that. None of that happens this time because Beacon L Island survives. And after a very long talk, like, I'm talking a full day of talking, catching up, Cid reveals what the Albed is trying to do. And Donna and Bartello and now Isaru are on Beacon L Island in Albed's home. They're chilling. They've been captured, but their pilgrimage is done. They're just, like, kind of chilling. No harm, no foul. Maybe a token Guado force goes in there to attack it against Seymour's wishes, and then promptly lol aeons. Bye. None of that. Shame on you, home. I'm annoying, huh? So, Cid admits, yeah, we're taking summoners. This mindless sacrifice has to stop. Sin's only been dead 6 months or so, or a few months before the calm ended this time. These calms are getting shorter and shorter. You're dying for nothing, kid. Kind of thing. And Checht isn't really gonna argue. He's gonna step in and say, yeah, pretty much. That's what my friend Orin gave his life for. Nothing. It's what Braska gave his life for, 3 months of peace. This is where Sid and Jecht kind of do that linked arm meme, and that really buff, muscular arm link meme of the pilgrimages have to stop. And this is kind of a betrayal to the rest of the party until Tidus also steps up. Like, I know what's gonna happen. I know that Yuna's gonna die if she calls the final Aeon, because that's what happened to Braska. And that's when they're going to drop the truth bomb on the party of, there is no final Aeon. And Jecht tells the full story at this point. You get to Zanarkand, you meet Lady Yunalesca, you pick a guardian, they become your faith, they become your final Aeon. That Aeon becomes, that Aeon defeats Sin, and then becomes Sin. Now, Jecht doesn't know the Yu Yevon part of it. That is something just kind of between the faith. And this is where Jecht's like, okay, this is where we need to find another way. And honestly, this big giant flying tin can might be our ticket. Yuna is very hesitant, but after everything she's seen and heard and learned, you know, with Yevon being not what they seem, with Seymour not being what he seems, having some kind of suspicious plan and going so far as to attack the party, Wakka's entire worldview has been shattered. Kimari is just here to protect Yuna. Lulu is here to not fail another pilgrimage and also protect her baby sister. It takes a lot of doing, but they eventually convince the party to get on the big giant flying tin can. The party is now aboard the Fahrenheit, and in terms of gameplay, if 10 had a proper world map, Skyboat! Yuna hasn't agreed to cancel her pilgrimage yet, but learning that it is all pointless, learning that even if she should defeat Sin, it would be for an even shorter amount of time, Sin would just come back, and then she'd be putting one of her guardians, one of her friends, potentially the man she's grown to love, in a position where they become Sin and start destroying Spira. It's more than she can take. Jecht is like, all right, let's go on a detour then. I saw a cave back before the airship picked us up. Let's go check it out. Cavern of the Soul in Faith. Yojimbo time. Lady Ginam is properly sent. Yojimbo is acquired. Yuna gets a little stronger. Around this time, let's say that you could do the events of Cavern of the Soul in Faith, Remium Temple, or Baj Temple, basically in any order, but you would have to do all three to progress. Remium Temple, no, actually, yeah, no, let's do Baj Temple first. Baj Temple, because, you know, Tidus wants to go visit that spot where Riku picked him up. Because this airship looks really familiar. He remembers banging on some kind of monitor down here a long time ago. And there was that fish that almost ate him. And that fiend that almost, like, took him out. Even though, like, Riku reminds him, we killed that other fiend. But the fish thing? Yeah, sure. There might be something in that temple we can use. And basically, the party's very grateful for any kind of distraction right now. Because with Yuna not on her pilgrimage, Seymour can't really make a move. He's not gonna become Sin by being a summoner, and he sure as hell could, like, take like one of his throwaway Guado or Traumel or something and make another Final Aeon Guardian, or make them a summoner for Seymour to become a Final Aeon. It's all a lot of work. No one else really has the talent for it, and Yuna's the best candidate. So with the party kind of screwing around, Yevon's gotten real quiet, real impatient, real hostile, but real quiet. They go to Baj Temple, beat up Geoscanio again, probably get a no encounter weapon because why not? Oh no, that comes from the ghost, doesn't it? Whatever. Get a piece of no encounters gear. And that's where they meet one of, like, the second to last faith. And it this faith recognizes Yuna immediately. And basically says, yeah, I wanted to give my son power to destroy Sin and bring the people hope. But, like, he's kind of misused that power. He has a lot more hate in his heart than I could have ever predicted. Losing me twisted my son beyond all recognition. Take my Aeon, destroy my son, stop my son. And now Yuna has anima. And boy howdy, does that mean she can stand toe-to-toe with Seymour? Or does it? So, they return to the Calmlands with Yuna saying, I should at least see this pilgrimage to the end. I'm not going to make any of you the faith for my final Aeon. I'm not going to. We'll find another way, but I have to see Xanarkand with my own eyes. And so do you, Tidus. En route, they run into a summoner that Yuna's been kind of shadow trained by off and on throughout the pilgrimage, Lady Belgamine, who leads her into Remium Temple to basically have a boss rush of Aeons, which is low-key training for you, Yevon, but like Yuna doesn't know that. And through sending Belgamine, they unseal the Chamber of the Faith and get Yuna's actual final Aeon. Because I would say the Mega Sisters is powerful enough to constitute being a final Aeon. There's 3 of them, for example. The Mega Sisters. Yuna is now more powerful than Seymour. Seymour, probably recognizing that a lot of time's gone by without any word from Yuna, who's just kind of vanished out the Calmlands, realizes, hell, she probably got some more power, didn't she? The party is ready to ascend Mount Gagazet and see Xanarkand on the other side. And Jecht is very forthright about all of it. Yeah, it's a big pile of rubble. There's some guardians there. Or not guardians, there's some fiends there that are going to test you. Lady Yunalesca sent them. And boy howdy, do they pack a punch. Be ready. And with the new Aeons that Yuna's acquired and the new power that she's acquired, she's ready for it. But before being able to get to Mount Gagazet, here's Seymour. They get about a good ways up to Mount Gagazet, about to the spot where in the main game you would fight Seymour Flux. Only instead, they see Anima. And it's bigger than the one Yuna can summon, so they know it's Seymour. This is the Anima boss fight, replacing Seymour Flux. Because again, Seymour's not a fiend at this point. He's alive, in fact. Something he really wants to change in the hopes of this battle. You know, in the hopes of, if you destroy my Aeon, maybe you'll destroy me by proxy or by accident or what have you. And boy howdy, it's a tough fight because this Aeon is a final Aeon. It's powerful. It's imposing. This thing could defeat Sin if Seymour really wanted to. And boy howdy, does he not want to. The group struggles with defeating Anima, but through the help of the party and Jecht's power and Yuna's Aeons, they manage to pull through. Before one of Yuna's Aeons can, like, kind of collateral damage and kill Seymour, like, let's say it's Mega Flare and it causes an explosion that's enough to defeat Anima and knock Seymour from the mountain. Jecht is going to make a running jump to, like, grab Seymour and hoist him from the side of the mountain onto the snow and say, yeah, none of that. What's your plan? Start talking. Or what? You'll kill me? No. We can do a lot worse to you. We can make you wish. I already wish. And, you know, Jecht is still a bastard. So it's basically talk under threat of torture. And Seymour's going to tease because he's learned that Vraska's other guardian, Orin, had become Sin, and it's what gave him the idea to become Sin himself. That's why he wanted to marry Yuna, and why he traveled with Yuna briefly was to become Sin and destroy Spira. And Jecht realizes that, yeah, the threat of death is kind of empty in Guado Salam or in Makalani is surrounded by a bunch of Guado who could stop this. But they're alone here on Mount Gagazet. Not a lot of Ronso come this way, and the mountain was kind of evacuated when Seymour's Aeons showed up and started blasting. Jecht makes a big show of, yeah, we could kill this guy right now and have Yuna instantly send him and be on our merry way. Now, Seymour wants to die, but he doesn't want to be sent. So he manages like one last little bit of a spell before he manages to slink away into the waiting arms of Maester Kelk Ronso. And now he drops the tidbit of Yuna and her guardians have attacked me. Stop them from reaching Xanarkand. Of course, it's way too late for that, but now the party can't turn back, at least on foot. Now Yevon is after the party. Too little, too late, day late, dollar short. And yeah, they're going to be pursuing the party all the way up to the top of Mount Gagazet, to the Wall of the Faith, where the party's going to learn the full truth. Well, Tidus is going to learn the full truth about the Dream of the Faith and about Dream Xanarkand. It's not 1,000 years in the past. And this is something Jecht has absolutely been keeping a secret from Tidus. This is one Tidus needed to see for himself. He would not have believed it. And that's in a long list of unbelievable things Tidus believes wholesale. This is about Tidus's existence. The party gets to the top of Gagazet, defeats the Sanctuary Keeper, looks down upon the ruins of Xanarkand. And this time the Ronso are pretty much at the party's back. Let's say there's a actual party versus Baron and Yankee fight here. And as Kelk Ronso's about to step in and deliver his brand of justice, here comes Sid on the Fahrenheit to hoist the party away. Not realizing the airship has a stowaway. The party and the airship just kind of sail away. Yevon has literally no defense for this. They don't have an airship. They have Forbidden Machina, but not an airship. They don't really have anything they can do aside hope to God they can send a summoner and just like fly an Aeon up there, I guess. But you know, it's Yevon's gonna be wondering how the hell to pull this off and avenge Seymour's attempted murder. The party make it about as far as the Calm lands when Seymour makes his presence known, threatening to basically blow up the entire ship. He'll find another summoner. But, you know, he'll die, not get sent, the party will die, not be in his way, and Seymour can become Sin in his own time with immortality. This is going to be the final Seymour battle boss fight. The party's going to win, but, you know, let's just say they have to be a little careful in not destroying the airship in the process. Don't ask me how that translates to gameplay. Probably several boss fights in a row until they get to the roof of the airship above the Calm lands and send Seymour flying down. The airship's going to land, Seymour's going to have some final words, Yuna's going to send him. But now here's the problem, Sin. How do they stop Sin? Well, they have a big giant skyboat, and the Faith have been telling them at this point, your swords and magic are kind of pointless, but maybe there's another way to, like, get inside Sin and appeal to the man who became it. Yevon will never find Seymour's body because of the sending. They'll probably figure it out when they go to Guadalsalam and see him on the far plane. However that works. He'll have a lingering will, but they'll just resend him. The party is an enemy of Yevon in the Guadalsalam, but like... let's just say that, like, yep, the party gets inside Sin, like, the same way minus the Hymn of the Faith to pacify. It's just, they're able to fight Sin enough, especially with Yuna's really powerful final Aeon level Aeons, to do enough damage to Sin to incapacitate it, but not enough to destroy it, and thus create a new Sin and kill Yuna. They get inside Sin, and they manage to go through the labyrinthine corridors of whatever liminal space is that dungeon. I honestly don't know. And they make it to the end, where Jecht sees a very familiar friend at the very end of it. And Orin chastises Jecht. You took your sweet-ass time, didn't you? And Jecht's like, I got here as quick as I could, buddy. And draws his sword. So we doing this? And Orin tells him to wait, because they have to be very careful about how they go about destroying both him and the thing controlling him. And this is where they get the, you know, you, Yevon, is the giant space fish, whatever. He's, like, you, Yevon, is the mechanism for controlling and possessing Aeons. And they have to destroy that specifically. And Orin says, you have to summon your Aeons, and then you have to destroy them one by one until there are no Aeons left to possess, and then you destroy Yu Yevon. And then you get Braska's final Aeon, but it's Orin instead of Jecht. You get Otherworld as a boss fight, probably. Boss fight theme, probably. And then you get the ending sequence as normal. Now, at this point, the party has learned through the Wall of the Faith that Xanarkand is a dream, that Tidus and Jecht are also dreams, and that when Yu Yevon is destroyed, those dreams will fade. They didn't really have a game plan going into this, but they're also out of time. Yevon is on their tails. They can't go to any of the towns anymore because Yevon will just, like, stop them. And Yuna doesn't like this, but they haven't had their weird romantic underwater kiss yet. Because, like, they haven't been through as much trauma as in the main game, and thus had a reason to have that outlet. They like each other a lot. They're pretty close. They're just not official or anything. So Yuna very much doesn't want to lose Tidus, or Jecht, or anyone for that matter, but, like, destroying Sin comes first. So once the grueling battle against Orin, Yuna's Aeons, including the really powerful ones she's come to get, and then Yu Yevon itself, Sin is destroyed in a giant burst of pyre flies above the Calmlands. And Jecht begins fading away first. Because, you know, he's been in and out of Dream Xanarkand more times. Let's just say he's a little bit more static. A little bit more wavery than Tidus. And as he begins to fade, Tidus realizes he's next, but, like, he doesn't want to go. Like, this time, yeah, he doesn't want to go. Instead of, like, keeping it a secret and making peace with it, the party's, you know, he's a lot closer to the party. And, you know, there's one lingering worry in Tidus's mind that acts as enough of an anchor. Yevon is not necessarily going to accept this lying down. I have to stay behind and protect Yuna. Jecht begins to fade, and then so does Tidus. But before he can, Jecht gives Tidus almost a very physical push back onto the roof of the airship and says, you gotta stay here, boy. It ain't your time yet. You got people here who depend on you. You're more than just a dream now. Your spear is dream, not Xanarkand. Some kind of sappy line like that. Jecht fades away in a big emotional moment. Basically, big giant Goku peace sign in the sky. But Tidus doesn't. His form starts to waver and fade, but then becomes corporeal again, and he realizes he's not disappearing. And it's that lingering will of his to protect Yuna from whatever machinations Yevon has in store, versus Yuna's desire and the party's desire to not see him go. They've had more time with the idea, and thus have that announcement. I am the power of friendshipping overriding the ending of 10. I'm just gonna be blunt about it. I'm just, like, kind of FF6ing FF10. Don't mind me. Tidus is fine. He survives. He's not gonna fade, even as time passes and Sin has long since faded from the world. And pretty much anybody with eyes anywhere remotely near the Calmlands would see the giant fireflies in the sky reminiscent of Sin being destroyed. They know they're in a calm now. And the only summoner that made it anywhere on a pilgrimage was Yuna. Yeah, please, let's get rid of those would-be sequels personally, so. I have one lingering regret with this what if that I'll get to momentarily, but yeah, I'm kind of like FF6ing FF10 and removing the sequels. Everyone in Spira would realize this is High Summoner Yuna's calm. Yevon can no longer safely touch them, Yuna or her friends. And while Tidus is gonna very much mourn the death of his father, who he had gotten really close to over Yuna's pilgrimage, he realizes he still has some work to do with Yuna. And now they have all the time in the world to get close, and now Yuna doesn't have to die and Tidus doesn't have to fade. Happy end, question mark? Or is it? Because yes, this is the end of the story. Sin is destroyed, Jecht fades, Tidus does not, Seymour is killed and promptly sent. But the Ronso, the Guado, and all of Yevon still hold a lingering resentment for Yuna's actions in attacking Seymour, for the Guado and the Ronso, and for disrupting Seymour's plan and kind of destroying the thing that gave Yevon hold over the people. Maester Micah does not send himself in this scenario. He's now wondering, well, now what the hell do we do? What use is there for Yevon with no sin to inspire faith? What can we do? We can't just go around attacking folk. That's not gonna... How do we control the world from here? They can't do anything to Yuna or her guardians right now because the people all know she's responsible for this calm. They have to anoint her High Summoner. The only living High Summoner in Spira's history. They have to give her her flowers. And they have to figure out what the hell to do now to keep hold of the world. Micah still exists in this scenario. So does Keenock and Kelk Ronso, by the way. The Ronso have to, by dint of being Yevonites, let go of their grudge of Yuna. And over time, sure, they would learn that Seymour was kind of not on the up and up. Kelk would probably still leave as resign as a maester. And, you know, the Ronso would kind of isolate in meditation, like, God, we almost were fooled into stopping the eternal calm. The Guado, they can still summon fiends, and fiends still exist as a result, but, you know, they're going to be hard-pressed to come up with anything. The Al-Bhed are still very active. They're trying to get home even more up and running because, hey, capitalism, baby. And one last piece on the board remains. The party never met Yunalesca. Yunalesca was never fought or destroyed. And all of a sudden, her purpose for existence is no longer there. She has no reason to exist. There are no more summoners. There is no more pilgrimage. There's no more need to defeat sin, and no need for the final Aeon. What would a being like Yunalesca, a 1,000-year-old unsent fiend, with the power to create people to turn them into the faith, which no longer exist, or does it? What would a being like that do? But for now, Tidus and Yuna, able to properly actually get to know each other and start dating, officially, with the party's blessing, return to Besaid to kind of decompress from all of it. The pilgrimage was long and hard. Riku's going to go back to the Al-Bhed home. Kimahri is going to go back to Mount Gagazet to try and atone for his past. Jecht is fated. Yuna, Tidus, Lulu, and Waka are going to Besaid to just kind of chill. Sid is going to continue, like, using the airship as, like, a go-between. She'd build a grudge and eventually become the cloud of darkness as seen in FF3. That's not that far off. Not far off from my initial prospect. But Yevon is still a threat. They want to maintain their grip of control over the world's population, just without the machination to do it. And Yunalesca no longer has a purpose in life, or death, or anything, and her power mysteriously isn't there anymore, that she can tell. She knows that Sin and Yevon have been destroyed. Now what does she do? What does Yevon do? What do the Guado do? And what do people in Spira, who are now under the eternal calm, do? There's your Final Fantasy X-2. 3 minutes of ads are going to play. And then we're going to be starting another story immediately after. So feel free to get up, stretch your legs, get something to eat or drink, stay hydrated. Take your meds if you need to. Reimu, tell me what you thought of that story, but don't go too far. We will be right back. All right, I am back. Hello, hello. Just a little decompression for the end of that story. Yes, I did cliffhanger into a sequel because I cannot resist doing that for Final Fantasy X. 10-2 would still exist in a way different timeline. It would be starring Pain as the main playable character instead of Yuna. Because Yuna doesn't need to chase after Tidus, doesn't get that weird sphere showing him, or she does. But like, Tidus is right there, and sure as hell doesn't remember any of that. But, you know, oh well, they have each other. Maybe they'll investigate it, maybe they won't. But we'd have 10-2 starring Pain, who would be navigating a world 3 years into the eternal calm with Yevon desperately trying to maintain control. I did kind of, like, conveyor belt rush myself towards that ending because I knew an ad break was happening. But, Jecht messing around with Seymour is because, you know, comparing Jecht to Auron, character-wise, Auron is a lot more wait and see. Jecht is a lot more, I'm just gonna punch this thing in the face. I just had Jecht, you know, be a little bit more pragmatic based on the trauma he went through and the pilgrimage. Auron is so old! Yep. Auron is more hands-off, Jecht is a lot more hands-on, and a lot more durable and a hell of a lot stronger. My only regret was not bringing Pain into the main story, but I wanted to follow one-to-one, because, like, I haven't finished 10-2 myself. I've watched plot summaries and I've played through most of the game, but I have not beaten it myself yet because I'm dumb and trying to 100% in a single playthrough, and you're really not meant to do that. So I'll actually sit and play 10-2 one of these days. I think it was the Crimson Blades or whatever that Pain was a part of. 10-2 has New Game Plus. So the way percentage works for 10-2 is a little weird. It's not about how much of the game you complete. It's about getting certain things in a certain order. Like making the right choices here and there in certain events in the game to get episode complete versus episode resolved or whatever. And it's also tied to cutscenes watched. So 10-2 has a cutscene skip button. But let's say you're on a really hard boss and die to it, and you're just skipping the cutscene to get back to it, the game doesn't count that cutscene as watched for the percentage. So there's a skip scene button, but there's not. So percentage is like tied to cutscenes watched and choices made in the game. Dialogue choices, routes, that sort of thing. It's a very different game. It also has the best battle system in the franchise, and I don't say that lightly. Like, if you're looking for the best ATB battle system in the franchise, 10-2, hands down. Bar none. Gameplay-wise, 10-2 is fantastic. But yeah, a hypothetical 10-2 from this scenario, this what if, would be centered around Pain navigating a Yevon trying to really not do it, but do a fascism. Because their religion is pointless now. We JRPG'd and killed God, so... So, my voice is gonna crack for one thing. Chat, you're gonna have a choice. I know I had Burn submit one, but I want to give, like, for the round robin what ifs, I want to give a chance here. I want to give a choice. Would people rather see a what if Cloud and Tidus switched places? Or a Final Fantasy Tactics, what if the Corpse Brigade won or did enough damage to force a seat at the table? Basically, tactics or 7 and 10. Vote now on your cellular device. I could make a proper poll about it. Cloud and Tidus, since I got the narrative lubrication for talking about Tidus. You know what? Fair enough. That's a really good reasoning. If this one doesn't take too long, which it's going to, because I'm literally doing 2 games from New Game, but you know. But if it doesn't take too long, the next one I want to do is the Corpse Brigade one, because that is a very fascinating story. All right. Let's set 2 stages simultaneously, if you'll indulge me, chat. So, we're going to set the stage for FF7 pre-game, pre-end of Nibelheim, no, like post-Nibelheim incident, pre-new game, the price of freedom is steep. We're gonna say through some machination or another, Cloud ends up in the live stream instead of a test tube. Let's say, yeah, after impaling Sephiroth and throwing him into the live stream, Cloud just kind of like succumbs to injuries and falls into the live stream himself. Let's just say through shenanigans, this takes him to another world. Okay, cool. Just suspend your disbelief for the how of it. Stage number 2. Let's say the opening of 10 happens as the opening of 10 happens. In Zanarkand, in Blitzball, in Orin with Sin. This is your story. And into another world, Tidus goes. Okay, great. We've set our pieces on the swap board. Let's just say you are currently envisioning a Pokemon trading sequence where you see like 2 Pokeballs, one containing Cloud, one containing Tidus, fly by each other, stop so you can see that they're passing each other, and go into their respective Game Boy Advances. Okay? Good. Great. Wonderful. Alright, chat, do we want to start with 10 or 7 side? Which side do we want to start? Vote now on your cellular device. Seven? Alright, we're gonna start with Tidus and 7. Alright. So, Tidus has just been absorbed by Sin, held up by his collar by his old friend and mentor, Orin. And he's taken into another world. He finds himself at a train station in what looks like a really run-down kind of city, but it's not too far removed what he's used to in Zanarkand. Zanarkand doesn't really have a slum. So it's like kind of familiar enough to his subconscious, but not enough to his waking brain. And he comes across a young woman who just happens to be wandering by at the time because she lives and works around there. And Tidus is like kind of like, geez, where the hell am I? What happened? My town, I'm from Zanarkand, it was attacked, etc., etc. And Tifa, who doesn't know what a Zanarkand is, like, oh man, you poor guy, you've been in the live stream, haven't you? Yep, I brought back Sin's Toxins as a plot device excuse, only this time it's live stream. And Tidus is just kind of gonna go with it like, yeah, I guess I have amnesia or something. Live stream toxins. I will make contrived little shit posts in my stories. You can't stop me. It's enough to kind of like get this guy who's literally just woken up sitting next to like a pile of garbage at a train station to at least come back to the bar. You know, you can kind of like have something to drink, non-alcoholic. Both of them at the same time, not alcoholic. And get your bearings. Where did you say you were from again? So Tifa brings Tidus to 7th Heaven and gives him, like, let's say a cup of coffee. You know, because Tidus needs a freaking cup of coffee, right? You know, like I need a cup of coffee. People thinks he gets hit with toxins. Tidus explains he comes from a city called Zanarkand, and he played a sport called Blitzball for a team called the Zanarkand Aves. And Tifa is just kind of Yeah, I got nothing, pal. I've never heard of any of this. That scene makes sense in context and is actually really well done. Why did I sing that? I don't know. I had a sip of coffee, so... So, Tifa's like, you've been through the live stream. I can kind of see some Mako in your eyes. Let's just say Tidus just has naturally really blue eyes. He probably doesn't. I need to go look at a picture of him, but let's just say. Again, indulge me, chat. Vibrant blue eyes. Okay, cool. Tidus has blue eyes. Let's just say it's good enough to, you know, mistake them for Mako eyes. Cool. And Tidus has a really weird sword with him. It's not like the Buster Sword or anything, but you know, it's a sword. He must have been in Soldier. He's dressed weird like those weirdos in Soldier. Maybe he can help us out with our little, organization problem. She asks him point blank if he's willing to work for, you know, a roof over his head and some meals. To which Tidus very naively, yeah, sure, if it means food and, you know, food and a roof over my head, yeah, sure. Hey, you think I can find a way back to Xanarkand someday? Yeah, sure. Let me go talk to my associate. Naturally, Marlene is not saying a word to him because she's shy and also like 4 or whatever. Very much stranger danger. Okay, cool. We've established she's gonna pour the drinks and not really do much of anything else. Nothing alcoholic, because Tidus very pointedly doesn't drink, and Tifa pointedly does not want to serve someone with brain damage alcohol. Tifa meets up with Barrett and says, I think I might have found someone who can help us out with our plan in Avalanche. And Barrett wants to meet him. He wants to meet the little guy. Takes a look at him from the outside of the bar. You don't look like much, Tifa. Are you sure you found someone? No, but like, I looked into his eyes. I know Mako eyes when I see them. This guy was in Soldier. He's just going through something. Do you have Sin's toxins at this bar? No. Okay, I'll have a sarsaparilla. What's a sarsaparilla? Marlene, just give him a cup of coffee. So, Barrett's not impressed. Tifa convinces him to at least get some kind of, like, trial period. You know, take him on this mission. You know, just keep an eye on him. Maybe he was from Soldier. He doesn't remember anything. He's having delusions about some other town called Xanarkand. I don't know. He's either come from the live stream or... I don't know. Whatever Shinra's doing to him. But he looks like he has Mako eyes. We could probably use the help. You won't have to pay him much. All he wants is food and a place to stay. And Barrett is going to very grumpily, very begrudgingly, you know, go up to Tidus, introduce himself. Welcome to the team. Any questions? No? Good. We're leaving at daybreak. Basically in that order and about that fast. Tidus gets a little bit of a walk around the slums, realizes just kind of how much of a dump it is, but, you know, people there seem content enough. Like, not really. The people there are miserable, but it's, you know, they're living. They're getting by. Nobody's ever heard of a blitzball. What the hell are you on about? Are you on drugs, son? What's wrong with you? Too much Mako? Is that what the kids do nowadays? They just smoke Mako to try and get in a Soldier? Get the hell out of here. Tidus has a rough night. So let's just say Tidus has a really rough night. So, wakes up the next day, and off they go. It's time to go to the Sector 1 reactor. Where are we going? What are we doing? You'll know when we get there. Now, just don't ask too many questions. You wanna do this work for us, right? You wanna prove yourself to us, right? Yeah, sure. And there's fighting, but like Tidus has gained enough from wandering the slums overnight, or through the night rather, to realize that Shinra's kind of evil. They're this like corporation power company, but also private military, and yeah, they're kind of making everybody's lives miserable. So when it comes time to fight off a couple of soldiers to break into this reactor, Tidus doesn't really hesitate that much. He feels bad about, like, killing human people and fighting human people. He just tries not to kill any himself while the rest of the squad Barrett, Tifa, Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse. And yes, Tifa comes along here, let's just say. You know, they have no qualms about killing these guys, and Tidus, all in his head is like, God, are these Shinra guys really making everybody that miserable that they're resorting to this? Oh well, what can I do? He pretty much pieces together at this point, this isn't his world. Because anywhere in Zanarkand did he ever hear of anything like this. The name Shinra, technically the character Shinra hasn't even been born yet, I don't think. Or maybe he has it just really, really young. Regardless, Tidus wouldn't know anybody by that name or any sort of thing about this corporation. Yeah, there's like, nobody's ever been that far out to sea, but... And, you know, the soldiers are very much just like pointing guns equally ready to kill. So Tidus gets in his head, it's like, okay, I'm not actually on the wrong side here. I'm guessing this is some kind of rebellion group. And during one of the elevator rides down to the reactor, Tidus is pretty much gonna ask Barrett, are you guys a rebellion group for this evil empire, Shinra, whatever? And Barrett's just gonna laugh, be like, yeah, you catch on pretty quick, don't you? You may not be from around here, but you definitely got a head on your shoulders, you know what's up. Alright, fine, with me. And then it's, okay, what are we doing here? Oh, we're blowing up this reactor. It's killing the planet. It's a power plant, and some people are going to go without power. Some people may die. You need to be ready for that. But you need to be ready for that, rookie. But, you know, these machines are draining the planet dry, and we're not going to have a planet in a few years if this keeps up. And Tidus is like really hesitant about the idea of like blowing up something like that or doing some kind of damage or killing people. But this is like not the previous stories Tidus. This is like actual Tidus who would like ready to eschew rules for the greater good and not afraid to like, you know, not necessarily kill people or blow stuff up, but he's not afraid of going against the status quo if it means the greater good. And Barrett is going to ask him, so, were you in Soldier? What rank were you? Soldier? No, I'm a blitzball player. Star player, the Zanarkand Abes. And Barrett's just going to look like him, like he's on drugs or something, but just pretty much that's going to be the end of the conversation. Ding, elevators down, and they blow up Sector 1. Like, Guard Scorpion's probably going to be a little bit tougher because Barrett doesn't know what it is, and Cloud's not around to be like, this is a thing from Soldier. Attack while its tail is up. It's going to counterattack with its laser. It's not going to happen because Tidus is going to be like, hey, is its tail up? Maybe we should stay away from that thing for a sec. So, huzzah! No mistranslation issues. They blow up Sector 1 reactor and get out just in time. Tidus saves Jesse on the way out, who's, you know, pretty smitten with him, I guess. Wow, this guy's kind of cute. And he's pretty good with his sword, I guess. I wonder what else he's good with. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I better, like, make his ID really special or something. So, you know, she's gonna, like, do the same thing she did with Cloud. Make his ID, like, really, really special. And, yeah, that's gonna cause problems down the line, but we'll get to that. And as they get away from the reactor, it blows up. And this is where I'm gonna go a little bit of remake here, because they're gonna be escaping through the town of Sector 1 as its reactor is blown up and caused way more damage than anyone could have foreseen. Like, I'm talking, homes have been destroyed, levels of a lot of stuff was caught up in this blast. It wasn't just a reactor in isolation. And Barrett is wondering, what the hell, Jesse didn't make a bomb that powerful. It was just supposed to blow up just the reactor just by itself. Like, make it inoperable. And Tidus is like, what the hell have I just done? As is basically everybody else in Avalanche, a mix of what the hell have we just done, seeing how much damage was actually caused to reactor number 1 and the surrounding town. Homes have been destroyed, people have been killed, families have been torn apart, etc., etc. And all Avalanche can really do is just go back to 7th Heaven and prepare for their next move. And they're gonna get back there separately and in total silence. We're gonna skip the train escape sequence where, you know, Cloud would have, like, been accosted by soldiers, jump on the roof, jump through the train, blah, blah, blah. They get back to Sector 7, they get back to 7th Heaven, is the long and short of it. And boy, howdy, is the air really melancholy as they get back to Sector 7. Nobody's asking Barrett about their pay. And the news is on in the background because it would be on every channel at this point because a terrorist group just blew up the Sector 1 reactor. And boy, howdy, is that death toll pretty dang high. And yeah, the mood is really heavy. No one is saying much of anything. Until Barrett finally just like kind of steels himself, gets his resolve, and asks Jessie point blank, "Did you make that bomb? Did you make that bomb that powerful?" And she swears up and down, "No, she didn't. She didn't mean to. Maybe she did. Maybe she screwed up." Because Jessie's really good at what she does, but she's very prone to mistakes. And she kind of just, laments, "God, maybe I did make the bomb too powerful. Maybe I did put too much into it. I just, I wanted our first actual mission here to like be a success, And Barrett and the rest of the group, they don't really hold it against her. They just say, "Look, just, measure twice, cut once. Double check everything before you start making stuff like that. For all of our gear. You're really good at this, Jessie, but you got to be more careful. We don't want another incident like this to happen again." And Avalanche is going to be laying real low for a little while because of the sheer volume of damage that went out in the Sector 1 explosion. The Sector 7 slums, they're going to be looking at Avalanche a little differently, but, better them than Shinra. Just, God, I really hope they're not going to, kill more people in pursuit of this in the future. And of course, if Shinra soldiers come knocking, "Avalanche? What's an avalanche? Hey, can you make our lives better? No? Okay, bye." They're not gonna sell Seventh Heaven and Avalanche out. They're just, they're gonna be looking at them kind of side-eyed and a little bit different for a little while. So let's say some weeks pass before the planning of the Sector 5 reactor. And they choose that one next because I don't know. Why did they go from 1 to 5? I don't know. Maybe because they figured 2 and 8 would be really heavily guarded after 1 went up. Who knows? But they're being extra cautious this time. Jessie is being meticulous in not only planning and preparing their explosives, but their IDs. A wide-eyed, head-in-the-clouds Jessie would have made Cloud's ID extra special, but enough to trip up Shinra security. And in the weeks that passed, yeah, boy howdy did Shinra step up its security. So Jessie has had to kind of reverse engineer an employee they've just happened to like a middle manager at Shinra HQ somewhere. Maybe he only works in the floor 30s or whatever. Reverse engineer his employee ID to try and make better fake IDs because did they dodge a bullet? Because if they had gone in with the, wide-eyed optimism, I'm just going to make things the best I can, they would have gotten caught on the train. So Jessie is spending equal amounts of time making fake IDs for everybody in Avalanche, including this Titus guy, and making sure that the explosives are just for the reactor, and that, yes, the reactor will have a chain reaction of explosions, but it's not going to set off a freaking nuke in Midgar. That this time the damage should be localized to the reactor and the surrounding facilities, and not the neighboring towns. And the group is finally ready to head out. Sector 5 reactor goes about as normal, complete with the Airbuster fight and President Shinra. Because yeah, several weeks have passed, but let's be honest, Avalanche isn't that great at what they do. Because if left to their own devices, as they would later find out, Sector 1 reactor wouldn't have blown up at all. They would have done some minor damage that Shinra Inc. would have repaired over a couple of weeks. No. That bomb was a haydigger of Shinra, of the Shinra weapons department. But President Shinra's not telling him this. We just happen to know this. And President Shinra, upon confronting Barrett, Tifa, and Tidus, is like, yeah, by the way, we did the same thing here, and you're gonna get blamed for it. Have fun with that, Toodles. Helicopter, airbuster, explosion, Tidus fall down into Sector 5 Church. Gonna keep the game more or less 1-to-1 at this point. Tidus is gonna meet Aerith. Only this time it's gonna be a lot different because Aerith doesn't see Zack and Tidus like she did with Cloud. Now she's really just helping out of the kindness of her heart. And Tidus isn't gonna pull the 1990s misogyny of, it's too dangerous for a girl to take me along versus, yeah, you're actually pretty decent in a fight, and boy, howdy do you know your magic. I don't know what this materia stuff is, but you're pretty good at it. So, think you could, like, yeah, if you want to escort me, fine, more the merrier kind of thing. They'll become pretty fast friends. And Elmira will take one look at Tidus and be like, you aren't from Soldier, you just have blue eyes, sweetie. And Aerith would basically be the same thing. Yeah, I don't sense a lot of Mako in you. You seem just like kind of normal. Well, not normal, but... And that would cause a, you know, a little bit of, hey, watch it from Tidus. Cool. We keep the game more or less on rails. Wall market. Maybe not the cross-dressing, maybe the cross-dressing. I don't know how good Tidus would look in that dress. Because Cloud, yes, nailed it. Moving on. I'm quoting Remake for the record. I'm not actually, like, being weird about it. That scene was so good. Tidus would look great. Okay, maybe cross-dressing happens. Maybe for the sake of this, Andrea Rodea is there too because my beloved Andrea Rodea. A tabletop RPG campaign that would be amazing to you is something like Kingdom Hearts, but instead of traveling to Disney World, go to Final Fantasy realms. Funny you mentioned that. Oh my god, teenage me was writing that fan fiction for years. So, I basically had a self-insert OC that, like, traveled to a bunch of Final Fantasy worlds, like a la Kingdom Hearts, complete with Keyblade and Heartless and the whole 9 yards. I love that idea so very heavily, so much. My god, yeah, I would play that campaign. I would play that in, well, any system but probably PF2. I don't know, actually. I've only played PF2, pardon me. But yeah, I would play that campaign all day because, like, teenage me wrote that fan fiction for years. Like, God, yes. Before KH2 came out, that was like my headcanon of the Realm of Darkness being the Final Fantasy worlds. Like, the Worlds of Light were the Disney worlds, and the Worlds of Darkness were the Final Fantasy worlds. That was like my headcanon before anything beyond Kingdom Hearts 2 came out. So anyway, Andrea Rodea gives Tidus the makeover of a lifetime. And they get into Corneo's place. And, you know, sewer, they find apps, they go through the train graveyard. And the plate is going to fall on Sector 7. Oh no. They fight Reno, try and stop it, can't. Plate falls, Sector 7 destroyed. But wait a minute, Biggs, Wedge, and Jessie weren't there. Curious. They made it out safe. Barrett is confident. He knows for a fact they made it out safe. Because as soon as he caught wind that, you know, Shinra was going to try and do some stuff to Sector 7, they wanted to stay and help him fight. But he said, no, get my Marlene out of here, and I need all of you to do it because I need to make sure that my baby is safe. Get her out of Sector 7. So, Biggs, Wedge, and Jessie live. Huzzah. Party makes it back to Wall Market, where they rendezvous with Jessie specifically, who, from a gameplay standpoint, let's say, joins the party. Biggs in Remake is main character, and I know, right? Also voiced by Gideon Emery, my beloved. I'm trying to figure out how to get Aerith in the Shinra building at this point, because this time I'm going to segue back into Cloud in 10. Because I'm going to tag team this one off and on. In the ensuing chaos before the pillar falls, Reno encases Aerith in a pyramid, And before the party can break her out, Sung comes along and just takes pyramid-encrusted Aerith into a helicopter. Mwahaha! That's all she wrote. Biggs and Wedge have taken Marlene somewhere, possibly out of Midgar entirely. Possibly not. Who knows? But Marlene knows and trusts Biggs, Wedge, and Jessie, so, you know, she'd go along just fine. And if asked, you know, is Daddy okay? Yeah, no, fine. He's stronger than all of us put together. Are you kidding? Worry about whoever he's fighting. So the party leaves Sector 6, go back to Sector 5 and Aerith's mom's house. And that's where they get the Aerith backstory, agree to go rescue Aerith from the Shinra building. Marlene isn't there, but Elmira tells the party, "Oh, I saw some guys taking a kid into the church. That was kind of weird." To which, you know, weird-looking guys and a little girl. Okay, yeah, that's Marlene and Avalanche, no problem. So, they rendezvous with Biggs and Wedge in the Sector 5 church where Marlene is now staying. Because the Turks have no reason to really mess with the church anymore because they have Aerith and she's not there to tend the flowers. Marlene is going to, in her place, just kind of like, I don't know, I feel like I should tend the flowers. But you can't stay here in a church in the slums alone. Barrett arranges for Biggs and Wedge to watch over Marlene and to take her to see if Aerith's mom can look after her. So Biggs and Wedge decide, you know, they're going to take him up on that. Meanwhile, what are you going to do, boss? Bear's like, we're going to go kick some Shinra ass and get Aerith out of there. And Jessie says, yeah, I'm going too. Jessie has a big need to kind of redeem herself for the Sector 1 incident. And yeah, what happened to the Sector 5 reactor? I don't know what happened to it. Canon never addresses it, so I'm not going to either. Dumb but fun hypothetical. What if Yuffie became Marlene's caretaker? Oh, I'm writing that down. Writing that one down. That one's going to be a fun one. Now, why have I kind of backroad Tidus this whole time? Because this story isn't about him. It's around the events that have happened because of him. And mostly because of the fact that he is absent being a soldier, absent any history with Shinra, absent actual Mako in his system, and Avalanche would eventually come to realize, yeah, no, you just have blue eyes. You don't actually have Mako in you. And more like how the gang kind of reacts to this new presence that is not Cloud thinking he's Zack. And Aerith especially, because she latched on to Cloud seeing Zack in him. Now this is just some dude. Kind of weird, comes from a place that doesn't exist, playing a sport that doesn't exist, but just a dude. And that's the crux of the what if, is the what changes, not the what does the catalyst have changed to. But speaking of said catalyst, Tidus decides he's gonna go with. Aerith is his friend, and he feels kind of responsible for all this, getting caught up and everything and all this and that. And they're like, well, yeah, rookie, we couldn't storm Shinra without you. You're pretty good with that sword of yours. Come on, let's go. And let's just say the junk shop in Wall Market gives him like this really weird mecha rust plate looking slum sword that is the equivalent of Brotherhood. Let's just say. Cool, great. They climb up the shiny golden wire of hope, storm the Shinra building, get up to floor 67, see a Genova, to which Tidus doesn't recognize, like, ugh, what the hell is that thing? Is that just like some of the, the many other monsters we've fought up to this point? Well, whatever, at least it's in its pod. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. They find Aerith being accosted by some four-legged, red-looking monster with a fire tail, and it's like, you know, threatening to kill her or whatever. Barrett shoots open the cage, Red 13 jumps out, attacks Hojo, and because, like, I see no reason this couldn't have happened based on the sprite work and model work of FF7, but Red 13 just rips Hojo's throat out right then, right there. And that's the end of it. Because there is no reason Hojo should have survived that otherwise. Hojo, you're beloved, but like he's a war criminal. He is like a walking mass of crimes against humanity. You can fix it.
No.
You think you can fix him? Effector, buddy. Breaking the Geneva Convention, my beloved. Yeah, war crimes, my beloved. Hojo probably got the Genova cells and smacked Nanaki away with tentacles or something, possibly. In this story, Hojo's dead. He got a big, giant, angry dog guy to rip his throat out and then wax philosophical. And it's gonna freak Tidus the hell out because he's not used to that sort of thing. And Red 13 is gonna be like, you know what? I needed to act like that to throw Hojo off. Thanks for opening the door for me. I couldn't have gotten that revenge on my own. But yeah, we should leave, I think. They fight off the sample that Hojo had summoned up in the elevator. And it's like, all right, let's meet up on floor 68 and skedaddle. We got no reason to be here anymore. Ambushed by the Turks, thrown into jail. Oh my god. The Geneva Convention? More like the Genova Convention. When it comes to the Genova Convention, Hojo hasn't violated any laws. So the party's in prison. At this time, Sephiroth shows up, breaks Genova out, kills like basically everybody else not nailed down, including President Shinra. Only this time the party's not let out of prison. Why? Because, well, why? Tidus doesn't have any Genova cells in him, neither does anybody else there. There's that Cetra, but who cares right now? And like, the party wakes up to sounds of actual violence and then silence. 3 days of silence, and no one's coming to check on them or give them food or anything. They gotta actually bust out of here. Luckily, Barrett remembers after the 3rd day that he has a gun on his arm. Shoots down the door, gets out of his cell, releases the others. They see the carnage. They see blood everywhere, and that pod that contained that freaky Genova thing or whatever it was is just gone. That Genova thing, long gone. It must have busted out and beat everybody up. The party does some scant investigation. Now, President Shinra, and only President Shinra's body, has been cleared up and cleaned, and at this point properly buried, probably. But it's otherwise eerily quiet. There's no sign of any of the executives, there's no sign of Rufus, there's no sign of President Shinra as far as the party's concerned, and there's no guards at any point. The party just leaves. They just leave. They get out back to Sector 5 and to Elmira's house. With Aerith in tow. Aerith is with them at this point. So the party succeeds. They bust everybody out of there. But what the hell happened? Why was the building empty? Why was there no one, not even a guard to stop them? No sign of the executives or the president? Or the president's weird son who was sent off to war and die? And all we know is that Genova thing. Maybe Hojo must have been containing it. And when Red 13, killed Hojo, maybe it got loose. We're gonna have to stop that thing. But like, where the hell did it go? They get back to Elmira's house. And all over the news is the continuing reports of the shocking death of President Shinra, who was killed in an attack by former war hero Sephiroth in a raid on Shinra building 72 hours prior. And there's obviously no filming of the event, like nobody had cameras on Shinra's office, like President Shinra's rooftop office or whatever. No, they're just like, this is the official Shinra reporting. So a lot of people in the slums call BS. Maybe the president must have had a heart attack or something. Because they don't go into the Shinra building. What do they know? They didn't see an explosion like in Sector 1. They know some really shady stuff is going on in Midgar. That Avalanche blew up a reactor, and now the president's dead, but like, they're saying Sephiroth did it, so it's a cover-up. Who knows? I need water because my voice is actually dying. Did Sephiroth do this? Yeah, exactly. Want some shirts? Woo! Let's go, shirts. You know what else is cool? You know what else is cool, chat? Disc 2 of Xenogears! Disc 2 of Xenogears! We made it to Disc 2 of Xenogears! Let's go! We did it, chat. Disc 2 of Xenogears. We did it. We did it together. What about the Shinra building and the president? This ain't about them. I'm not sorry. If you still had your second disc of Xenogears and asked you to sign it, I would. You know what? No, I'd sign it. I would sign your disc 2 of Xenogears. Xenogears Disc 2 is my favorite new meme around this community, and I was like, God, y'all are great. So, Tidus and the rest of Avalanche, including Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse, and Aerith in Red 13, they figure it's about time to get the hell out of Midgar. They meet up at the church. Aerith doesn't want to say goodbye to this church. But she knows staying here that eventually whatever the hell Shinra's gotten up to, if they still exist, they're going to be coming back for her for some reason. She just can feel something bad is here and she can't stay. She doesn't want to leave. But leave they do. The party take Marlene and Elmira out of Midgar and have a very solemn walk towards Calm. With no sign of Sephiroth, this alleged Sephiroth, or Genova, whatever that fiend was, as far as Tidus is concerned. And no activity from Shinra for a really, really long time. That's where this half of the story is going to conclude if Tidus was in 7, because there was no tie to Genova cells, or Mako, or Soldier, or anything, just some innocent guy who liked to play a sports, who got caught up in eco-terrorism and war crimes. The party doesn't really catch on to the plot. There is no flashback, there is no urgency to chase Sephiroth. Because, remember, Barret and crew were like, so he killed Shinra, does that make him an enemy of Shinra? Does that make him a good guy? And Tidus, and Cloud's like, no, Sephiroth's different, I know him, he would never. He's like, I don't know, probably. They're not gonna leave well enough alone. They're probably still gonna, like, try and investigate because, like, God, there's been no word from Shinra and time keeps going by. There's no word from the president. None of the executives are reported dead, just the president, but no word from the executives. No word from Rufus. No word of the company at all. Everything Shinra has gone eerily radio silent. The party and Elmira and Marlene, you know, they move Elmira into Calm with Marlene. Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse are just like gonna kind of hang out if the party ever ventures out for whatever reason, but they have no reason to. They're not in an urgent need to chase Sephiroth. And without Cloud there, Sephiroth wouldn't ever get the Black Materia, thus summoning Meteor. As for Cloud in 10, I'll be honest, I'm hitting a bit of writer's block on that one, because I'm really glad you brought up Tidus in 7 first. That was easier to write. Speaking of Disc 2, is literally standing on a chair. It looks exactly like the one in the game. Oh my god, it'd literally stand on a chair. Okay. And go on Etsy and find that pendant and literally hook it on the hull and tongue some kind in case you missed the last episode, yeah. Level 100 Weaver, let's go! Give it up for level 100 Weaver. I wish I had the executive wherewithal to level my crafters in 14 right now. I promise this was genuine. I'm not being sarcastic. I just wanted to do the bit again. I love this bit of, you know, FF4 Paladin theme with applause. Just usually applied to Xenogears Disc 2. I guess this is my way of transitioning the bit to just be a bit. The lore you get from doing the crafting quest Dawn Trail is lovely. Yeah. So I've heard. I've heard the crafting side is way better than the combat side of role quests. But yeah. So I kind of do have writer's block with Cloud in 10. I imagine that Cloud would probably land in the waters near Bosch Temple, get picked up by Riku. Would need like some kind of breathing machine because Cloud does not up Blitzball and thus can't breathe underwater, even though he stays in the live stream for like long periods of time. Now this is a 16-year-old Cloud. This is not beginning of FF7 Cloud. He doesn't see himself as Zack. He's just a guy who wanted to be a soldier. And in his time journeying through the live stream, his memories do get a little bit mixed up, but with an ideal that he wanted to see himself being rather than someone who's literally like, you will be my living legacy. So he doesn't have an identity crisis. He knows he wasn't in Soldier, but he really, really, really wanted to be. And as he traveled the live stream, that who he really wanted to be kind of took over to get kind of a similar vibe Cloud, but at 16, let's just say. So this Cloud, you know, lands in the waters near Bosch Temples, not used to, you know, is not averse to like hard work because he was in Shinra's military. Geoscanio, Temple, Fiend, Riku, Ship, Kid Cuisine. And once he realizes Riku can actually speak the same language and not just Albed, Cloud asks if this is like some kind of like weird external unit of Shinra. To which Riku's gonna be like, how the hell do you know Shinra? He's like 4 or whatever. Or however old Shinra would be in Final Fantasy X. And Cloud probably catches on after a humorous little bit of confusion that, oh, we're talking about 2 different things. Oops. I recognize this theme from something and I don't know what. It's a medley, I know that. I think it's SMW Castle. Yeah, okay, it's SMW Castle, okay. Also, hydrate. I am officially out of raspberry lemonade flavor. Oh yeah, that was on 10 and it's just water. Okay, so now it's officially gone. Cool. And Cloud and Riku would have a humorous aside about Shinra. And let's just say because it wasn't Sin that brought Cloud to Spira, that Sin doesn't show up here. And Cloud just kind of chills with Riku and the Albed crew, very slowly learning Albed because he's an impressionable 16-year-old and thinks the language sounds cool, I guess. And needs to communicate with the people he's working for. And just kind of helps surface the Fahrenheit to, you know, fix it up at Beaconell Island. I could make this one real short, apparently. And it kind of goes until one day this dude with really weird blue hair shows up with a bunch of other weird dudes with like bluish green hair and a bunch of monsters. The thing is, Cloud, in his subconscious, is a member of Soldier, military trained. This is nothing to him. And he would fight off those fiends, it would be tough, but like with the Albed and their guns and their Machina and Cloud leading the charge, let's say they actually repel Seymour and them. It's not enough to repel Seymour fully, but like Seymour has other places to go and this is kind of a lost cause. So Seymour retreat. And eventually, yeah, the Albed have a working airship with Sid as its captain. Riku kind of like on the ship with Brother and Cloud, who's just kind of an honorary Albed. Time to go kidnap summoners, I guess. I can flesh that part out later. Like in a starting screen kind of later. I just don't have enough in the tank tonight for that one, but you know, gotta eat well, Vaporeon. Cloud summons an Aeon that says screw gravity, Sin falls off the planet at the end, yeah. Have a good time zone yourself, Vaporeon. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Did you know capitalism? It's September. You can save money on giving me money. It's like buying free money. Do a capitalism today. I got one more in me. So what do you think of what I've done so far with Cloud and Tita swapping places, Remove? And more importantly, Burn if you're still awake. No hard feelings if you're not, but there's the start of it. I can get to the Cloud in 10 a lot more in depth over time now that I've planted the seed in my head. What'd y'all think? In the meantime, I am gonna run one final ad break for the night and tell one final story. And people can do the channel point redeem if they want. If not, I have one in mind. It would be, what if the Corpse Brigade won or did enough damage that the nobility was forced to bargain? Which I started the other day. You were having fun with that? That's good. I'm glad you enjoyed that. I will probably continue the Cloud side of it in more depth later. I just didn't have a good starting point. But it's a really interesting what if because Cloud and Tidus are so very, very different characters in terms of personality. So yeah, 3 minutes of ads are gonna play. It's the last ad break of the night. Feel free to get up, stretch your legs, get something to eat or drink, stay hydrated, take your meds if you need to. And if anyone wants one last story for the road, feel free to redeem the channel points. If not, I have the Corpse Brigade and Tactics. Kind of also not think late game Tidus is kind of like early game Cloud. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. I can see that. But like 16-year-old Cloud thinking he's 21-year-old Cloud and early game Tidus suddenly thrust into war crimes. Like tonally speaking, Tidus is a lot more of a goofball and Cloud takes a while to become a goofball again. Like early game Cloud is very not interested, hardened mercenary soldier guy. Whereas Tidus is like, I want to play blitzball. And that kid who wants to be a blitzball when he grows up, that's goals. Right, 3 minutes of ads. Don't go too far. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. That was the final ad break of the evening, by the way. Okay, I need to do a thing again. What if? Let's make this smaller. Here we go. So, I'm actually going to try and continue where I left off and also recap what I had done already. The full question of this what if is, what if the Corpse Brigade either won or did enough damage that the nobility was forced to bargain with them? Now, a brief summary. It starts in Dorter. The party watches Wyagraf run Gustav through. Ramza wonders out loud if there's infighting among the Corpse Brigade, which is enough to give Wyagraf an idea. It leads to a chain of events where, while Ramza, Algis, and Delita are occupied fighting Miluda at the Thieves' Fort, Wyagraf personally leads the charge into House Beowulf and runs Daisadarg through, killing him and a few other, Northern Sky soldiers. Northern Sky Knights. It leads to a chain of events where Argath is kicked out of Gallioni entirely, sent home to Limberry with Marquis Elmdor for trying to make it about him when the Beowulfs just lost their oldest brother. And Zalbag directly calling Argath on, "You are just using my family to gain your social status. Get the hell out of my house." It leads to a scenario where in between Aegros Castle and Agrol's Castle. Okay, we're going with that. So in between the castle and Fort Zeekden, Wyagraf, Miluda have a summit with Zalbag and Delita. And it leads to a truce while Ramza and his squad of generics try and, take the fort from behind in a pincer attack if things go south. Like, Ramza see signal, pattern of, fire spells, that mean go. It eventually boils down to a deal where Wyagraf admits he knew that, Zalbag had a contingency plan of an ambush on the fort and just decided not to break it, to give him the illusion of security or whatever. And, it is a very, very long, tense conversation where Zalbag is very well aware of the damage that the nobility has caused to the common folk, and more importantly, veterans of the 50-Year War. Wyagraf gives Zalbag the warning that, Daisadarg didn't act alone in these endeavors. Hint, hint, it's Prince Larg. Keep one eye open all the time. Don't trust anyone. Except your family. You can trust your family, but you can't trust anyone outside of your house. Period. And it comes to a deal where the Corpse Brigade has to give up something because, people, not just the nobility, but, people in general are tired of thieves running rampant over them as well, because some members of the Corpse Brigade just, kind of didn't care who they robbed, and it annoyed Wyagraf to no end. But it's we need capital, we need food, we don't care where we get it. The nobility, it's the nobility's fault we're robbing the common folk. To which Wyagraf gives up one of his lieutenants that subscribed to that notion of thinking, Golgoroth, the guy at the end of Chapter 1, who kidnapped Titra in the original game. So, yeah, Golgoroth is offered up in exchange, very, very promptly arrested, very, very promptly and very publicly executed for the crime of murdering Daisadarg Beowulf. And it's enough to kind of quell tensions. Everybody knows it was a sham trial, sham execution. The guy really was part of the Corpse Brigade. He was screaming about Wyograph, you know, on the block, and some people might conspiracy enough to say it was definitely a guy that the Northern Sky just like hired to ramble in exchange, you know, to make it look like it was the Corpse Brigade being punished, whatever. But for a time, there is peace. Larg didn't want to march all of his soldiers into a battle that would basically be a total bloodbath. Even if they win or lose, Larg would have been left on a very awkward position with Goltana of the Southern Sky building up his forces at around the same time. And Prince Larg wants power, but boy howdy did this weird conflict in Galleon just like really put a hamper on his plans to try and steal the throne. We resume and set the stage in Chapter 2. Ramza and Delita are made full Knights of the Northern Sky. Alma and Titra rather, are just staying in House Beowulf. Alma is not going to let anything happen to Titra, nor would Zalbag want anything to happen to Titra at this point. Delita and Titra are family. They are officially wards of House Beowulf. They are given all the titles and honors and flowers and you name it of being a Beowulf. So job-wise, Ramza would become a holy knight, and so would Delita. You know, same as in early Chapter 2. And they're training under Zalbag directly for about a year or so. You know, because there's a year in between the end of Chapter 1 and beginning of Chapter 2, I think. If my math is right in tactics. And, you know, they get news, you know, because the rumors floating around the bar, they make their way. Let's say Eagros Castle has a bar in it. Why not? Let's say it's a town with a castle. Let's say it's a castle town. Cool. And word gets out that King Orinus has died. And Princess Ovelia is next in line for the throne. What happened to Queen Revelia? You know, let's not worry about that right now. Because it was Goltana's plot to get Ovelia on the throne, I think. Meanwhile, Prince Larg wanted a son because Evil East be a medieval kingdom and think boy better for some stupid reason. But, you know, Larg has had his hands full. He can't really do that plot. He kind of just has to sit and grumble as Princess Ovelia is due for coronation. Larg is equally frustrated in that he no longer has a co-conspirator. Daisadarg died. And Zalbag sure as hell isn't going to follow through with this heinous plot. Larg briefly considers over the year trying to have Zalbag killed and manipulate the younger and more malleable Ramza or Delita. But Larg has just been beaten into submission in the fact that I couldn't even handle brigands and thieves and cutthroats and steel purses and ne'er-do-wells. My machinations must be faulty. And then it kind of comes to light that maybe Daisadarg was the brains behind the entire operation to begin with, and Prince Larg is nothing more than a puppet. And a very ineffective leader at that. Something Goltana would very much be privy to. Goltana is missing something, however. Goltana is missing a very, very sharp sword he can direct personally. That being Delita, of course, because Delita is of the Northern Sky. Prince Larg, his only gambit at this point is to have Ovelia killed, but he has no means to do it other than sending generic knights who would just follow, you know, orders no matter what. But it would get back to Zalbag, you bet it would. And Zalbag is in charge of pretty much the actual commanding force of the Order of the Northern Sky, because of his role in bringing peace to Galleone, even if it was through a blood treaty with the Corpse Brigade. Now, what are they up to at this moment in time? Well, they're kind of chilling in Galleone. They're kind of chilling. They're not officially recognized as a military force of the Northern Sky, but Wyograph and Zalbag have had long talks over the last 12 months. Zalbag wants to know what the hell has been going on. How do you know it? What makes you so sure of this? How can I trust you? That last question, of course, being met with very swift, you can't. You can't trust me. but you can't trust Larg. You can't trust Goltana. You can't trust the church, because God knows what they're up to right now, and who knows, because, like, they're just, like, kind of trying to play mediator to a war that hasn't even broken out yet. You can't trust anyone but yourself and your brothers. Why is Wyagraph so insistent that Zalbag can trust Ramza and Delita? Because Wyagraph is very much a family man. You mean Family Guy? No. Toby, I think you mean Family Guy.
No.
Wyagraph, because Maluda wasn't killed, Wyagraph has no reason to grieve her death, become disillusioned with the world, and because he kind of got what he wanted out of, you know, his forming of the Corpse Brigade, he doesn't really have it. He's kind of really high on life right now. He's keeping his blade sharp, and as months pass and Goltana is making his move. Hey Lois, can you believe these nobles?
No.
So, yeah, as months pass, Wyagraph and Zalbag, they're trading rumors. Wyagraph is taking his inner circle, because he can't trust the rest of the Corpse Brigade, and he lets Zalbag know that. So many of them turned on me in like, away from my ideals of getting peace and equity and equality in society, that they just were thinking about getting money in their pocket, and in some cases didn't matter where they came from. I don't trust them. They'll follow my orders, especially now, but I can't trust them. I can trust Miluda, and, you know, Wyagraph lifts off like 3 or 4 other knights that are in his inner circle. These are the only people I can trust. The only people you can trust are your brothers and sisters. And yeah, Wyagraph is fully leaning into the idea of Delita and Tetra being just functionally family, which Zalbag is not going to argue or anything at all. He's for it. He's all right with that. So, yeah, so Delita and, alright, so Zalbag and Wyagraph have just been talking. And eventually they come to some kind of mutual respect, because the populace is a little bit happier. Now there's some jobs, and maybe more money, but still not liking that crown. Because now Galeone is like kind of a functional beta republic. Zalbag sure as hell isn't enforcing any nobility, and boy howdy do the nobles that live there kind of really think it sucks, but they just like kind of flee. Galeone has kind of become peaceful in the vacuum of Daisadarg's death. And boy howdy does Prince Larg not like that, or Duke Larg not like that, but boy howdy can he not do anything about it. So Wyagraph basically agrees, my inner circle, specifically myself, Maluda, and these 4 other guys, us 6, will keep an eye out on other regions for you. We'll run recon, we'll run espionage. You can go ahead and trust us. I mean, you can't, but, you know, mutual respect. Because, like, you're still noble scum to us, and we're still common thieves to you. And don't pretend, don't patronize me by saying we're not. But if you need an eye out, this is our home too now, and you've kept good on your word, so we'll go ahead and keep up on ours and protect this land from threats within or without. So long as you maintain your word. You go back and double cross us and we'll burn this land to the ground. But, you know. So, yeah, Zalbag does kind of rely on Wyagraph in the same way that Daisadarg did with Kafgarian, but in very different sides of the moral spectrum. Wyagraph is reporting all of Goltana's movements, including one fateful night at Orbana Monastery, just south of Dorter, which is within jurisdiction of Zalbag at this point. and that there's some kind of movement, some defectors from the Northern Sky coupled with a couple of Corpse Brigade members that Wyagraph really did not keep in his inner circle, are making a move on the monastery. Ramza offers to go. Delita offers to go with him. And while Zalbak doesn't like the idea of leaving the castle wholly undefended, he relents this much, but tells one of you two, and I don't care which, one of you two report back to me as soon as you ascertain what the hell is going on out there. They come across the monastery with some suddenly suspect characters wearing the colors of the Southern Sky. That's odd. I find dead men route more easily, only this time it's Agrias who's kind of like fighting one-woman army until Wyagraph, Delita, and Ramza show up. Oh, and Alicia and Lavian are there too, but they're kind of injured at this point. They've been fighting their best, but they're injured. They've retreated into the monastery to try and, like, last-ditch effort guard of Princess Ophelia's life. Cool. But, you know, as Agrias is ready to, like, go down in a blaze of glory, knightly duties, all that, Ramza, Delita, and Wyagraph show up and dispatch the members of the Southern Sky. And when asking, you know, Agrias, hey, are you okay? What the hell happened here? Agrias doesn't really answer right away, instead rushing inside to ascertain the safety of her knights and Princess Ophelia. Ramza and Delita follow. Wyagraph doesn't right away. He's staying behind and examining the bodies to see if he can find some kind of clues. And boy, does he. We come back to inside the monastery, where Ophelia is shaken but fine. Alicia and Lavian will absolutely make a full recovery, and Agrias probably just needs a night of rest against better judgment. Ramza and Delita get the full story. They were here to guide Princess Ophelia to, I forget what castle, it's Zeltenia maybe, where she will be coronated as queen in the wake of the royal family passing. And let's just say that Queen Revelia also dies here. Literally, the only person in succession is Princess Ophelia. Prince Orinus is not born in this scenario, because Duke Larg did not have the time to have seeds planted. So Ophelia is literally the only contender in the game. And Goltana is good with this, because he's kind of like the regent and would be functionally the king until Ophelia comes of age, and burn that bridge when we get to it. You know, queens can just, like, have their wine poisoned or something. Who knows? Who cares? Right? And of course, Ophelia, Agrias, everybody is completely ignorant to all of this. As far as they know, the king and queen have just died tragically several months apart, and that Princess Ophelia, the only remaining heir, is next in line. And suddenly she's attacked by members of the Southern Sky. How odd. Didn't Goltana want this? That's so odd. Agrias doesn't really have time to, you know, navigate that line of thought. When Wyagraph comes back in and says, we need to move now, we need to get her into House Beowulf, we need to get her to Aegros Castle or Fort Besala, one of the two, but we need to pick a direction, we need to run now. And when asked what happened, Wyagraph says, one of these guys was my men. Eaguru Castle. Okay, we're going with that. Wyagraph says, one of these men was mine. And it's like, but wait, aren't you with the Corpse Brigade, who was drafted into the Northern Sky? Confirming that the rumor that the Corpse Brigade really just got drafted into the Northern Sky military forces. Which is something that normally would annoy Wyagraph and doesn't, and that's something that catches Ramza and especially Delita's attention. Delita says, he's right, we need to move now. We need to get to Zalbag, now. So the group flee the monastery. In Dorder Trade City, the group is ambushed by a group of thieves who are just out for some money. And Wyagraph catches sight of one man in like a really particular glint of really fancy armor he kind of recognizes, can't put his finger on right now. And while it's an ambush, they're still just thieves and mages and archers and stuff, not enough to do a lot of damage. They're able to handle it easily, but now they've lost a little bit of time. Coming upon them on their heels are some very poorly disguised members of the Order of the Southern Sky. They're wearing Southern Sky colors, but at this point, Wyagraph recognizes several members of the raiding party, of people that he's known and he worked with in the early days of the Corpse Brigade. And one particular knight at the helm, wearing really, really, really dark, like chocolate brown armor, and really, really aged, knows his way around a fight. Wyagraph says he'll hold this knight off if the party can take care of the catchers on, just to make sure they're not pursued into their destination. And Wyagraph is very careful to not reveal their destination. It's obvious to this man, revealing himself to be Gafgarian, that they're headed to Eagadu Castle. They're headed to House Beowulf. And then he kind of teases Wyagraph, and do you really think you can keep a princess safe there? Where do you think we came from? You know, and I know you know, and I know you know, I know you know, etc. That bit of fun mental chess that everybody in political evilese stories likes to play. Gafgarian is defeated but not killed. He teleports away he flees before he can get killed, as Gafgarian does. And the pursuing party completely wiped out. Agrias doesn't like the idea of, wiping them out. She wants to know what they know. Wyagraph says, I know all I need to. I'll explain everything when we get to the heart of Galeone, when we get to House Beowulf. The rest of the trip is pretty much uneventful. They take Princess Ovelia into Aegros Castle. And they meet with Zalbag immediately. And Wyagraph has gone pale. Staying guard at the castle has been Maluda and the other 4 knights from the Corpse Brigade that Wyagraph can trust. I don't have names for them. Let's say Lad is one of them. He was a mercenary under Gafgarian. Let's say Lad is here and he's a knight of the Corpse Brigade. Because a year's gone by, and instead of just mercenary work in a, impoverished galleon, now there's there's equity, and all I have to do is, serve under this guy who seems pretty cool. Works his way up the ranks. He's kind of a weak little guy. He can't swing a sword very well, but he's kind of mean with a spell, and it's kind of something a lot of people wouldn't expect. And then 3 generics, because I can't be bothered coming up with backstories for characters I haven't placed on the board yet. Miluda knows that Wyagraph is not messing around. She's never seen her brother this panicked. And confiding in Zalbag in a secret meeting chamber, away from prying ears and watchful eyes, Wyagraph tells the full tale. It was made to look like members of the Southern Sky were out to capture or kill the princess. Wyagraph recognized several of the men in both the party at the monastery and on the way out from Dorter, as men he once had under his fold of the Corpse Brigade. And that the Corpse Brigade's numbers are now suddenly thinning, as are members of the Northern Sky. And there's only one person, aside Zalbag, who can actually do that kind of pull. And before Zalbag can even try and be, defensive about it, of I would never, I've honored my bargain, blah, 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 Wyagraph says, it's Duke Larg. He's making a play. Because Duke Goltana would never actually want the princess to come to harm, because he stands to gain the most from her ascension to the throne. The only person who would oppose him would be the other lion of the Northern Sky, Duke Larg. And Zalbag realizes, oh yeah, Duke Larg has been kind of weirdly quiet for some months now, for the last couple of months. And I've noticed some men, not being easy to contact, or not really staying in contact with me, the commander of the Knights of the Northern Sky. And they come to the same conclusion, which Delita concurs. And Agrias in shock is just kind of hearing all of this. Duke Larg is taking members of the Northern Sky and the Corpse Brigade, giving them Southern Sky colors, and making them, try and commit a regicide. Or if there's a special word for princess-cide, I think regicide still fits. So now they have to figure out what the hell to do. They can't go to Goltana with it because he'll just kill everybody and steal the princess and be like, look, I'm a hero. I did good. Because Goltana is an idiot and should not have power. Delita offers an alternative. Through some intel he's gathered through commoners, through the bars, through the soldiers, through word of mouth, through, you know, through eavesdropping on Wiograph, to Wiograph's annoyance, but, you know, hey, the kid's paying attention at least. He knows that a particular order of the Southern Sky recently fell in battle with their own rioters. Like, it was kind of just an overall bloodbath. The Black Lambs, I think Delita pretended to be a unit of in the main game, had just fallen. What if one person survived that and could give a sole account? And Wiograph catches on to this plan immediately. Says it's not without risks, you're putting your life in danger, are you sure you want to do this? And then everyone's like, do what? What is Delita talking about? And Delita says, I'm gonna go play spy. I'm gonna go be a spy for Goltana. And place myself in his ranks to see what the hell's going on. I'll send communication. I'll send carrier pigeons and chocobo messengers. But I think this is about the only way to have, like, eyes everywhere. Because Wiograph is too high profile. He was the leader of the Corpse Brigade. It's true about so many people. Yeah, it really is. Wiograph was the leader of the Corpse Brigade. He led a rebellion against Prince Larg and the Beowulfs. He can't go anywhere without being recognized. Same with Miluta and same with Lad and the rest of Wiograph's inner circle, 3 generics. Ramza is equally high profile because he is very much outwardly a noble. He is the youngest son of House Beowulf. Nobody gives a crap about Delita Hyrule, even though, yes, he is a ward of House Beowulf. Nobody knows what he looks like. All the populace knows, and all Goltana would know, is that the Beowulfs had some commoner they made a knight. How droll, how drab, how quaint. They wouldn't know anything about him. Out of anybody in Zalbag's inner circle that could keep an eye on Goltana to ascertain some semblance of what Goltana is up to, the only way to do it is to have Delita go do some espionage. And it's with some severe reluctance and much protest on Teacher's part, but Delita says, I'll come back, I promise. But be good and stay in this castle, more importantly, stay safe. Delita then whispers something in Wiograph's ear before departing, something he didn't want to come out of his mouth. Something he wanted the others to know, another plan of his. Because Ramza's wondering, why the hell does Delita want to go spy on Goltana? We don't need to know what he's up to, do we? To which Wiograph says, okay, next plan. We fake the princess's death. And pin it on the Southern Sky to see Goltana's reaction. For Zalbag and Miluta, comprehension dawns. Whatever play is at work here, whoever the perpetrator, cough, Duke Larg, cough, needs to see what happens if it works, and then when it doesn't. We'll hide Princess Ophelia here, disguise her as a commoner, and have Alma and Titra and Miluta keep an eye on her. Meanwhile, Ramza, and Wiograph is just like kind of putting his hands on Ramza's shoulders, I need you to stay with me on this one. Things are going to get beyond your moral idealism. We may have to steep our hands in blood to see the truth of this realm, just like your father did in the 50 Years' War. Yeah, Wiograph is going to invoke the name of Barbanath Beowulf specifically because he knows that Ramza is very much married to his idealism, but also knows that, like, you can't win wars and like, have peace in the realm on idealism alone. You have to have some mettle. You have to have some guts. You have to know the difference between right and wrong in the moment, even when the right thing seems wrong and the wrong thing seems right. Ramza and Zalbag pretty much agree to the plan. Ramza does not like the idea of an innocent woman dying in Princess Ophelia's guise in order to get this going. But at the same time, people die in Evilise all the time. It's easy for Wiegraf and Zalbag to convince Ramza to say maybe this person just died naturally. We just put a princess dress on her and bam, dead princess. What really happens, and because this is Zalbag we're talking about and Wiegraf, they leave Ramza to guard the castle, Alma, Titra, along with Miluta and the rest of Wiegraf's inner circle. Wiegraf and Zalbag head out somewhere, find someone vaguely Ovelia-shaped. They kill her, and they put her in the vaguely Ovelia-shaped clothing to leave a dead princess. They leave a couple of dead knights that they found. They kill a couple of knights, and they pull a Larg, put them in Southern Sky colors, and leave around the dead princess. And one knight in Northern Sky colors. And now word is getting out like wildfire. As far as anybody in Evilise knows, Princess Ovelia has just been murdered, and Duke Goltana's Order of the Southern Sky is the culprit. The real Ovelia is perfectly fine chilling with Alma, Titra, and Miluta, very much lamenting her fate and hating that like blood has to be spilled in her name, but she's a royal, she has to get used to it. And Miluta realizes real quick, you're the type of royal who would probably not want suffering for the common folk, would you? And as they talk, they would bond, and yeah, Ovelia's pretty much not a noble. She genuinely does have good in her heart and wants peace for everybody. And she means everybody, highborn or low. She doesn't care. Duke Larg is caught completely off guard because, oh boy howdy, was that not my play? That's not where Ovelia was supposed to be killed. She wasn't supposed to be killed out in the open. She was supposed to be killed on Goltana's side. What is she doing dead here in Galleon? Oh crap, oh fuck, oh shit. But roll with it. Declare war on Goltana. Try and save my name. Delita, meanwhile, is part of the Black Ram Knights. You know, the lone survivor of this knight organization that definitely had survivors in it, yep, totes, is very quickly installed in Goltana's ranks because, oh boy, war were declared. And he needs to be out there in a hurry. He needs to do some fighting. And Goltana needs men, and he needs them now because everything's just gone to hell. I didn't have Ovelia killed. I stood to gain the most. So we start the Lion War. Way the hell early. And the church isn't ready for it yet because they wanted to be the ones to spark that flame and control it, not have it just kind of combust out of nowhere. And for Folmarov, who is trying to do the whole Lucavi Zodiac Brave thing, he wasn't ready for that either. He only has a few of these Lucavi around and a few stones out in circulation, but like they haven't awoken yet. Elmdor hasn't even died yet. And like, yeah, there's pretty much Hashmal, Cuchulainn, and I think that's about it, because Bellius came later. Yeah, that's about it, actually. So, like, the church, suffice to say, the church isn't ready for this war to happen, because they're not in control of these flames, let alone have the capability of putting them out. Duke Larg just kind of went off the deep end, realizing his plan was about to be exposed, and I don't know who did this, but it wasn't on my end. It wasn't that guy, it wasn't that mercenary Dark Knight I hired. Crap. Duke Larg summons Gafgarian into his fold and said, what the hell went wrong? Because you came back to me and said the mission was a failure. Why is she dead? Who killed her? Why is it Southern Sky and Northern Sky? Why was it in Galleon? What the hell's going on? Duke Larg is freaking out. And Gafgarian's like, I don't know what happened, but why don't we turn lemons into lemonade? You just declared war. Why don't we bring Goltana to justice and let the people decide after the fact? And Gafgarian says, this is a little out of my pay grade, but I'm sure you have deep enough coffers, don't you, Prince Larg? And it's enough to keep Gafgarian employed, well paid, and at the front lines. Meanwhile, in between all this, let's say Ramza does the leaf blade whistle thing with Ovelia and Alma. Levity, hooray, haha, blood's being spilled, this is all happening so fast, and war just got declared? Where's Brother? Where's Wiegraf? Where's Delita? Oh, crap. Now, Ramza's not weak-spirited or anything. He's still the same Ramza. It's just a lot of this stuff is happening really fast. And, like, this was after a solid year of actual peace with just some whispers. And now, all of a sudden, there's a princess regicide plot, kidnapping plot, you know, actual fake death of princess, and now war. In the span of, like, let's say, like, a day. Like, you know, a few days out of Zalbag and Wyagraph leaving, now all of a sudden, the kingdom's at war again, and just got done with the 50-year war at that. Like, Ramza's a little shaken. Not enough to not be able to fight, God no. If someone were to come knocking, Ramza would mess them up. Also, all of his generics, the cadets at Garland, they all survived. They're all knighted. Hooray. They're all just like kind of stationed castle guard duty, I guess. For now. So war were declared. Gafgarian? Gafgarian leads a force of the Northern Sky against actually Southern Sky forces led by Delita this time. And they fight here and there. Neither side can really get a nice decisive victory. More forces are being amassed, more blood is being spilled. And now the church finally has a decent enough hold to kind of try and play mediator. They can't play mediator in the same sense as they do in tactics, in the sense that we're going to control everything by the end of it. It's an actual truce of, okay, stop fighting now, you're going to burn this land to the freaking ground. Because Goltana has Delita, who's trying to just kill Gafgarian and no one else. And, well, I guess anyone else that was privy to Larg's plot. So eventually Larg as well. Fighting alongside Thunder God Sid and a few other really high-ranking knights on Goltana's side. And on the Northern Sky side, we have Zalbag, Wyagraph, technically Gafgarian, but like, they're gonna try and put Gafgarian in a position where, you know, he'll get killed and they can corner Larg. Basically, Delita, Wyagraph, and Zalbag are trying to take Larg out of commission before this war escalates any further, and it's been like a powder keg. It's been built up for a long time now, and they can't really directly stop the war, because Goltana would just, you know, destroy Galleon, and especially their, like, little beta republic going on here. They have to end the war through a truce or a treaty. They can't end it just because, and they can't just go, oops, our bad. They have to play it out. They have to. Larg screwed them in this assassination play. So as the church is like trying to calm ties here and there and trying to get away and to get battles to stop, you know, through Knights Templar and through, you know, High Confessioner Zalmor, that funny little guy. And, you know, they're trying to mediate, and Zalbag is willing to listen. Isn't that right? Duke Larg, aren't we willing to listen? Because to go against the church would basically turn the entirety of the populace against them. This is a very religious land, Evilese. Goltana's not willing to back down, though, and Larg basically has his ace in the hole. When Goltana stops pointing his swords at us, we'll stop pointing ours at them. Never mind that Goltana was never pointing swords in the first place. He was reacting to some stuff he was framed for. And that becomes the High Priest's personal Knights Templars MO. That becomes their personal ace in the hole. The fact that Larg set the whole thing up. And that the princess's death wasn't really caused by Southern Sky. It was meant to be a play for war so that Larg could take power and the throne. My, what a bold move that is. It's not enough to get Larg to stop, but he realizes he's kind of surrounded himself. He's kind of Macbethed himself. He's technically leading an equal war, but is he really? Like, is he really fighting an even war here? So, one particularly fierce battle at Fort Besselah. Don't worry, we're not flooding the place this time. And Gafgarian slips up and catches himself in a pincer between Delita and Thunder God Sid. and is struck down. This demoralizes Gafgarian's unit, who is basically still just a ragtag group of like half-corpse brigade brigands and some actual Northern Sky Knights who kind of weren't like the best trained. And it's enough to kind of send them packing. Now all of a sudden there's a little bit of room for, you know, let's sit down and talk. Thunder God Sid at this point is caught on very much that Delita's a spy, and he's working for someone. He's working for the Northern Sky. But Delita corrects him, saying, I'm not working for the Northern Sky, I'm working for House Beowulf. When asked what the difference is, when Sid asks, hey, what's the difference? Delita kind of lets him in on the plot, because Thunder God Sid can be trusted. Thunder God Sid is loyal to his, you know, his lord, Goltana, but also is he really? He was a friend of Barbaneth in the 50-Year War. Orlando has a head on his shoulders. And Orlando says, okay, you can leave and go missing and I'll report your death. Take my son with you to kind of, you know, keep an eye on things on that side. We're gonna reverse the play here. I need eyes from Goltana's side on your side. You know all you need to about us. You're not gonna learn anything else by staying in our ranks. But take my son so that we can learn about, you know, what's going on your end and confirm it with our own eyes. To which Delita agrees. Delita goes MIA. TG Sid reports to Goltana that he was killed in combat but took Gafgarian with him. And Oron was never officially in the military, per se. Like, he hunts down, like, military deserters. So Goltana doesn't really care where he's gone. He's off on an assignment. How the hell should I know? It's enough for Goltana to send a messenger to House Beowulf and say, here are your terms of surrender. But it is enough to say no more swords are being pointed. So Larg is out of options. And confronted about this, Zalbag is pretty much like, yeah, you were behind all this. You plunged this land into war. How many people have you killed in your quest for power and your lust for the throne? And points a sword at him. And Wyagraph is covering an exit, and Roms is covering another exit, and the generics are covering other exits of House Beowulf. To which Zalbag says, you're under arrest. To which a mage, wearing church colors, appears as if out of thin air, teleporting in, grabbing Larg, and just leaving without a word. Meanwhile, Zalbag now has to consider the terms of surrender, because it's basically fealty to Goltana. Not Princess Ovelia, Goltana. Because again, as far as anybody knows, Princess Ovelia is dead. And Princess Ovelia decides, you know what, now's the time for rumors of my death to be greatly exaggerated. I think it's time I took the throne, rather than these greedy men of power. End of Chapter 2. I don't know how many pieces of bread have you eaten in your lifetime. How's it going, Misha? How are you doing? I hope you're having a good weekend time zone. I hope you're doing well. So with Chapter 1, we established the Corpse Brigade as a viable threat and had them have peace. In Chapter 2, we had machinations of Larg desperate to try and get some semblance of power back, to start a war and subsequently end it, while vanishing into the church clutches. Now keep in mind, no one can confirm who this guy was, just he was wearing colors of the church from Lionel Castle. And very clearly a mage being able to teleport in and out like that. Larg is now missing, Goltana is smug, Ovelia is on her way to Lazalia Castle to rightly claim the throne. And the realm has just been ravaged by the most lightning quick war. The 50-second war, practically. The 50-minute war. Because it lasts basically maybe a week. Rather than months and months and months like the actual War of the Lions. It's enough to completely shock the realm. All sides of the equation are basically just like thunderstruck, like what the hell just happened. And the only person with a play of power right now is Duke Goltana. But where the hell did Larg go? And what will happen when Ovelia reveals herself and claims the throne herself? That is a story we're going to have to pick up next time, and I'm going to have to write cliff notes for this one because we still have chapters 3 and 4 to go, don't we? Alright, chat, what did you think of story time? What did y'all think of Around the Campfire? What did you think of the Final Fantasy What If Brigade here? Because, like, this is my first time doing something like this. I am actually going to poke chat for feedback. I hope you all enjoyed it. This was very experimental for me, and it seemed like people were digging it. And I had a lot of fun. And it seemed like people in chat totally nerding out here. Yeah, story time is good. Heck yeah. I don't normally indulge in 5 hours of flash fiction, microfiction. But this was a lot of fun. My voice is gone, but I want to do something similar to this, but like with actual production value on YouTube, on a channel I'm probably going to call Campfire Sparrow or something. I'll workshop names. So we started off with Final Fantasy Pro Tag Survivor. That was a fun little bit of levity. And then we did the complete story of Auron Became Sin. We covered another chapter of the Corpse Brigade winning a seat at the table. And we covered a little bit of Cloud and Tidus swapping places in their respective games. I kind of dead-ended them a little bit. But, like, I left them in places we can continue. So for tomorrow's warm-up, I'm going to try and do Chapter 3 of What If the Corpse Brigade Won a Seat at the Table. Please look forward to it. But yeah, I'm glad people enjoyed it. This was very experimental. Like, normally I don't like putting myself out there on stream in terms of experimental content. I've burned myself in the past doing it, but every now and then I think this is something that, like, would be good between challenge runs to take a day and do a bunch of these. I meant to lower how many stories I had in my round robin. Oops, I added more. I am a good professional bird. Seriously, I thank you all so much for watching and hanging out and chatting and, you know, contributing to the story ideas, especially. Like, I don't know that I would have been able to do a lot of these without chat's input. Obviously, I have the channel point redeem. The channel point redeem is still on the table, and considering I'm going back to challenge runs at some point in the near future, I'll be able to do them during stream again, because I won't be reading out dialogue. Now, tomorrow is shuffle time, and next week is all shuffle time. So I'll be doing them in breaks and warm-ups and stuff, but you know, it's nice to know that, like, I can even do something like this and the community still turns out for it. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you all so much. Let's go ahead and do that. Where do I want to send people? That's the real question. Where do I want to send people tonight? I have an idea, but thank you all again for coming out. This was like a really big experiment for me, and I did not know how it was going to go. My voice is gone, but otherwise I had so much fun with this. I love doing these, and I eventually want to make a YouTube channel dedicated to just that, so. Okay, I know where I want to go, I think.